The story of Milton Hershey, known to millions as the Chocolate King, first saw light of day in the pleasant little village of Dairy Church, Pennsylvania, during September of the year 1857. He first became acquainted with the art of candy making as a can caster. For 2 years, young Milton applied himself to manufacturing tasty and wholesome candies. Then, at the age of 19, he decided he had learned all there was to learn as a candy maker's helper and resigned his position. He had saved a small amount of money and forthwith conceived the idea of going into business for himself. His family promptly squelched this notion as impractical and silly. His father, a rugged Pennsylvania farmer, had different plans for his son, so Milton tilled and plowed on the farm. Then, one evening, leaving the family farm quietly, he tramped 7 miles to a neighboring farm.
Why, Milton, it's you.
Yes, Aunt Frida. May I come in?
Of course, dear. How's everybody at your place?
Oh, fine, thanks. Father's pretty busy getting in the new crop and... Say, Aunt Frida.
Anything wrong, Milton?
Well, you know I'm not very happy on the farm, and... Well, I almost wish now I hadn't given up my job in Lancaster. The money I'd saved is all gone in the farm.
Well, what of it? The farm will be yours someday.
But I don't want to be a farmer. Aunt Frida, did you know that I can make a better caramel than anyone is making today?
Oh, Milton boy. As if caramels were important.
Well, they would be if I could make enough to sell.
Oh.
I made some tonight. Here, try one.
Oh, no.
Go
Milton.
on, try it. Go on.
I don't want...
Go on.
Well, just one then.
Here.
Mm.
Yeah.
Mm.
There. Aren't they good?
Delicious. You must tell me how to make them.
Well, I will, Aunt Frida. Well, that is, if you'll do me a favor.
Yes, what?
Lend me enough money to go back to the city.
Oh, what on earth for?
To set up a candy business for myself. It'll make money. I know it will.
Dear me, I never heard of such a thing. Well, how much will it take?
Only $100 at the very most.
Oh, Milton, I don't know. We'll have to think it over very carefully.
Here. Have another caramel.
It could have been the deliciousness of the sweetmeats that persuaded Aunt Frida finally to lend young Milton enough capital to venture forth on his new enterprise. At any rate, she did have faith in the boy. We next meet Milton some months later in Philadelphia, where he rented a room which he turned into a kitchen. He invested quite a few dollars in flavorings, kettles, and pots, and set himself up as a candy manufacturer. With the remainder of his money, he acquired an old spavined horse and a huge, cumbersome 5-wheeled wagon. Over the cobblestone streets he rode, selling his wares.
Fresh, delicious candy. Fresh, delicious candy.
Oh, boy.
Whoa, Nellie. We have a customer. Good afternoon, ma'am.
What kind of candy have you got?
Oh, all kinds. Peppermints, caramels, chocolates, and they're all nice and fresh, too.
Well, who makes them?
I do.
Well, they can't be very good.
Oh, yes, they are. Here, try a sample of, whatever you like.
Well, I'll try one of these. Well, that's not bad. Well, how much is it for a bag of these?
5 cents. Whoa, Nellie, whoa.
Well, what's the matter with your horse?
I don't know. She's been acting up all day. Whoa, girl. Whoa. Would you like a bag of these?
Well, I guess I don't like the way that horse is acting.
Whoa. Whoa, Nellie.
Look out, he's trying to run away.
Whoa, Nellie. Whoa, Nellie. Whoa.
The wagon's trying to take over.
You see that?
Oh.
Yes. No wonder he wasn't killed.
Well, he certainly took a spill. Why, the horse broke loose and went right on down the street.
Goodness, are you all right, young man?
Well, I think so.
Dear me, just look at that. Your candy all over the street.
Yes. Quite a mess, isn't it? Oh, here, I saved your bag of candy if you still want it.
So ended Milton Hershey's first independent business venture disastrously as the clumsy 5-wheeled cart upset over the rough cobblestones of Philadelphia streets. Abashed, Milton sold his few possessions and decided to return to the farm with a debt to his Aunt Frida staring him in the face. However, it wasn't long until he had settled that score by peddling his candies to the neighbors and small surrounding towns. A few years later, Milton set up in business again, this time in Lancaster. From the day he opened the doors of his little shop, success seemed to flow to him in an unending stream. Hershey's Crystal A caramels were almost as well known as are those familiar foil-wrapped bars today. In May of 1898, the charming and beautiful Catherine Sweeney became Mrs. Milton Hershey. Only after success had come would he ask her to share his life. Then, early in 1901, while the shadows of big business were being cast, a group of prominent candy manufacturers called on Mr. Hershey in his Lancaster offices. Mr. Durand, spokesman for the committee, presents their case.
Mr. Hershey, the companies these gentlemen represent, as well as my own, are all merging. Now, needless to say, a merger without Hershey's Crystal A caramels...
I see. You want me to merge my company with yours?
That's it exactly.
Yes, indeed. Yes, that's what we have. Well, gentlemen, I feel flattered, but I regret the answer is no.
No? But look here, Hershey. This would mean sharing in the profits of the other 5 companies.
Durant, I'm not interested in more profits. I'm comfortable and happy running my business as I see fit.
But what man would turn down another 30 or 40,000 a year?
Milton Hershey.
Well, Durand, I guess the merger's off.
I'm afraid so.
Just a moment, boys. Mr. Hershey, would you consider selling your business to us outright?
Well,
I'd say unofficially, of course. It would be worth about $500,000 to us.
Really, Durand,
I may be talking out of turn, but I feel if we don't get Hershey, we're all through. Personally, I think this deal is worth at least $1 million.
$1 million?
What do the rest of you have to say to that?
I would approve of it.
Gentlemen, you rather take me off my feet.
I think $1 million would.
Gentlemen, before I can give you my final answer, I must talk this over with my wife.
Catherine Hershey approved, and so Milton Hershey retired. With $1 million to his credit, they set forth on what was to be a 2-year journey to every corner of the globe. A few weeks later, they were in a luxurious hotel in Mexico City. Sitting alone on the balcony of their suite, they were listening to an orchestra playing in the patio below.
Well, Milton, how do you like Mexico now?
Well, not half so well as Lancaster County, my dear.
Oh, really?
Catherine, I've been doing a lot of thinking since we left home. You know, when a man gets wealthy, he either gets very selfish or his money worries him. Now that I've made our money, I have no desire to make more. But I have an idea I'd like to carry out.
And what is your idea, Milton?
I'd like to manufacture a superlative milk chocolate in a plant where conditions would be as fine and wholesome as the product. Not as a money-making venture, Catherine, but for 2 things. To occupy my time and to make it possible for men and women to work and live in comfortable, happy surroundings.
Milton, you're really anxious to get back into business?
I mean it with all my heart, my dear. Well, what's your answer?
I want you to be happy, Milton. So my answer is, let's pack up now. I'm lonesome for home, too.
Returning home, Milton Hershey decided to build his chocolate plant on the same ground where as a boy he had gone to school. However, he was not content to build just a factory. He built a model factory, spotless and gleaming, with recreation, rest, and dining rooms for his workers and small, neat homes which they could rent at a nominal cost. Thus started the now famous town of Hershey, Pennsylvania. And then Hershey plunged into great philanthropies, schools, libraries, community buildings, but in particular, additional attention to a boys' industrial school he had founded. Then came an evening when he invited to dinner all the executives of his various enterprises.
And now, if I may have your attention for a moment. I want each of you to look under your place cards and see what you find.
Why, Milton, what is all this? This piece of paper says good for 1 life membership in the Hershey Country Club. Well, where is this club?
Well, Lou, the club happens to be this very house.
This house? Oh,
What do you mean? You're going to give us this house for a country club?
Exactly. Since Mrs. Hershey's passing, I don't need a home anymore.
But where are you going to live?
That's the question. Oh, I'm a member, too. I shall take a 3-room suite and live here. I'm paying rent for it, too, you know.
Well, boys, for he's a jolly good fellow, he's a jolly good fellow, for he's a jolly good fellow.
So, Milton Hershey became a paying guest in the home which was once his own. A big user of sugar, he acquired 90,000 acres in Cuba, where, with his usual genius, he created a second town of Hershey, as modern and fine as the first. It is noteworthy to relate that Mr. Hershey was among the first of America's many great industrialists to give back much of his company to the men who worked for him, making them stockholders. One time to a friend, Milton Hershey expressed his views.
Try as he may to avoid it, every human being has a contact, remote though it may be, with every other human being, whether it concerns food, clothing, or other necessities. All is obtained through the labor of another person. One supplies, the other demands. The truth of the matter is, we're all dependent upon the other. So it seems to me that the world does not owe the individual a living so much as we all owe the world a good and useful life.
And in these words, he expressed his panacea for living, one which he practiced constantly and one which made him an outstanding example to his fellow men. Milton S. Hershey, Captain of Industry.
The Dennis Day Show returns to the air at this time in just 3 weeks. Remember, the Dennis Day Show returning over most of these stations in just 3 weeks.
Presenting Joel McCrea as Jace Pearson in Tales of the Texas Rangers. Tales of the Texas Rangers, authentic stories from their official files. Texas, more than 260,000 square miles. And 50 men who make up the most famous and oldest law enforcement body in North America. Now, from the files of the Texas Rangers come these stories based on fact. Only names, dates, and places are fictitious for obvious reasons. The events themselves are a matter of record. Tonight's transcribed case, Candyman.
It is 4 p.m., April 14th, 1947. A prisoner at the jail in Pentland County, Texas, is being returned to his cell as the visiting hour comes to an end. His name is Paul Abbott, serving out a 6-month sentence for petty larceny. His cellmate, John Saygood, has not had a visitor. For Saygood is being held without bail, awaiting trial for murder.
All right, Abbott. In.
Your wife bring what I told you to get for me?
Yeah, I got it, Johnny. Candy and the razor blades. You know we're not supposed to have razor blades.
Yeah. If they find them on me, they might put me in jail. What are you so nervous about with your lousy 6-month flat bit? I'm facing the chair, and my nerves are still better than yours.
Look, Saygood, I only got a month and a half to go. I don't want to get in no trouble. Lay off, will you?
Are you telling me what I should do, you cheap heister?
Oh, Johnny, let go of my arm. You're hurting me.
No kidding. Really? Gee, kid, I'm sorry. Maybe I play too rough, and you're my pal. Model prisoner like you with only a few weeks to go never gets searched after a visit. And you're so good to me. Have a piece of candy, pal.
I don't want any.
Okay. You know, while you've been out visiting, I've been thinking. I'm going to let you and your wife do me another favor. A big favor.
Look, I got to be careful what I ask her. I can't upset her now. You know that.
Oh, that's right. The baby's due soon, ain't it, Papa? Wouldn't want the kid to start out without an old man, would you?
What do you mean, Johnny?
I wanted to see if your wife could get these razor blades in. Now, next time she comes, tell her to bring me a hacksaw and a gun.
No, Johnny.
You don't want to see me go to the chair, do you? Now, if you do, I could take one of these blades to your throat.
No, Johnny.
Keep your voice down.
All right, Johnny. All right. I'll do it.
You'll do it.
Now, don't kid me. I can hear the wheels turning in that square head of yours. Next time the screw takes you out of here, you'll spill your guts.
I won't, Johnny, I swear.
I know you won't. And I'll tell you why. Because if you rat on me, somebody will slip a shiv into you. In jail or out. Now, remember that. Remember it if you ever want to see that kid.
You don't realize what you're asking me to do.
I ain't asking, I'm telling. If you decide to get brave with your own neck, remember I can have your wife taken care of, too.
You wouldn't do that. No,
All right, shut up. Here comes the screw.
What's he yelping about? What's going on in here?
We was just arguing, that's all.
About what?
Baseball. How many games Gehrig played for the Yanks?
Is that right, Abbott?
Ain't that right, Abbott?
Yeah, that's right. Baseball.
Frantic with fear, Paul Abbott yielded to Saygood, and through his wife obtained the gun and hacksaw. The blow-off came a week later when the Pentland County jailer was killed, and Saygood and Abbott escaped. While roadblocks were being quickly set up by Ranger and Highway Patrol units, Ranger Jace Pearson contacted Sheriff Leonard Ginn at the county jail.
Well, they were in this cell, Ranger.
Yeah. Tongue of the lock has been hacksawed, Sheriff.
Yeah, they must have waited in the passage until the jailer turned the corner here. And shot him through the stomach and took his keys.
Any idea where they got the gun?
No, but Abbott's wife was allowed to visit. She could have slipped it in to him.
You got a pickup out for her?
Mm-hmm. Deputy's out after her now. Abbott made a big jump when they gunned the jailer. From petty larceny to jailbreak and murder.
I don't know. A murderer like Saygood, he had a reason to crash out. But a first-timer like Abbott with only 4 weeks to go, he doesn't figure to make a break.
Well, just the same, Abbott's gone with Saygood.
We may find out why when we bring in his wife. Sometimes a man goes places he doesn't want to go with a gun in his back.
What could I do, Sheriff? What else could I do? That man would have killed him.
Yeah.
Did you arrange anything else for them, Mrs. Abbott? Get clothing or an automobile?
No, how could I? I even had to lie to my mother to get money. To buy the gun. Paul was in jail and I wasn't working. I was always borrowing money to bring him things.
I understand. The one behind the bars doesn't do all the suffering.
I'd have done anything for Paul. But I had to take the food out of my mouth to buy things for that other man. And it isn't me alone. I'll be having my baby soon. Why did Paul go with him? Why?
I don't think he went willingly, Mrs. Abbott. I'm afraid he went at the point of that gun you brought in.
I begin to agree with that, Ranger.
You told us you brought Saygood a lot of candy.
Yes. More than $1's worth every week.
There's a real sweet, too, Jace. Always sitting up a yammer for sugar at meal times.
Yeah. Mrs. Abbott, will you excuse us for a moment? Sheriff, I want to see you for a second.
Oh, sure.
You got anybody watching our house in case Abbott and Saygood show up there?
Yeah, it's covered.
Good. Your office hasn't any report of a stolen car, huh?
Nope, nothing yet.
And they're probably on foot. Could be out of the county by now, though. We have other ranger units in the area. I'm going to call my headquarters and have one of them come with me so he can beat the countryside.
Okay. Anything else you want me to handle?
Yeah. They'll have to eat wherever they are. And even if they have money, they won't take a chance on being spotted buying anything for a while.
That figures.
I want you to make a careful check on any robbery report you get from food stores.
Uh-huh.
I'd like an itemized account of everything that's taken. I got a hunch Saygood will make a special effort to get his hands on some candy. All that day, nothing turned up in the roadblock, while Ranger Jim Leeds and I rode through the countryside without finding a trace of the man we were after. But on the following morning...
Maybe we've been heading the wrong way, Jace.
I don't think so, Leeds. Coming this way would have been the fastest trail out of the county. Otherwise, all wilderness for more than 80 miles. Too much of them on foot without supplies.
Still figuring they cut through toward US 280, eh?
They must have. They'll have to get to a car someplace unless they got a spot to hole up in real close. I don't think Segood would take that chance. He'll want distance.
Yeah. Farmhouse head.
A rider coming, too. He's really pounding leather.
He sees us. Coming right this way.
Let's meet him.
Howdy, strangers.
Whoa, Charcoal.
Hey, I didn't expect anybody so soon.
Well, what do you mean?
Well, I just called the sheriff less than half an hour ago. Ain't that why you're here?
We didn't know about your call. What happened?
Well, my dogs flushed a couple of prowlers during the night. I've been out all night hunting them, or I'd have put in a call before.
Maybe you're boys. You know what they look like?
No, all I saw was two shadows. Dogs woke me up like I told you. Men was prowling around.
We better have a look at his place, Leeds. Yeah. We'll ride back with you.
Oh,
Yeah. How long ago did it happen?
Oh, reckon it was 2 a.m., about 6 hours ago.
You say you chased him?
Yeah, but I couldn't spot him in the dark. Just rode around all night. If I'd have had any sense, I'd have called right away, but they threw a couple of shots at me when I saw him, and I got hot and went for my gun and lit out.
I see. They get anything?
When I went back to the house this morning, my missus said a couple of shirts and jeans was missing.
Must be Segood and Abbott, all right. Getting rid of their jail clothes. They have horses?
No, I didn't hear any.
Maybe they were going to take a couple of yours and didn't have time to get them. How come your dogs didn't stay after them?
Dogs were pinned up. Should have turned them loose, but like I said, I was too hot to do any thinking after they shot at me.
If you had done any thinking, you'd have stayed home. One of the men you were chasing is a killer, and about as cold as they come. We picked up their trail near the farmhouse. And about 4 miles out, we found the ashes of a fire and chicken bones and feathers. And in the brush near the same spot, a bundle of prison clothes. From there, the trail led straight to the U.S. highway.
See the road through the brush now, Jace.
Yeah. Let's hope we spot a highway patrol car before we...
Well, what's the matter?
Something off the road in that patch of Douglas fir.
Looks like the front of a truck. Pulled pretty far back.
Come on. Get up, Charlie.
Yeah, boy.
Oh, boy. Haul truck. Stacked with new cars.
Uh-huh.
That's what they are.
Well screened from the road, all right.
Yeah. Driver doesn't seem to be around.
Unloading ramps down, Jace.
Tire tracks on the ground. They've got a car now, all right.
Wonder what happened to the driver of the truck.
Blood on the cab seat. And more on the running board in the ground.
Goes this way.
There he is.
Dead, Jace. Probably tried to go for help and couldn't make it.
Yeah. Wound looks like Segood's trademark. Shot through the stomach.
You are listening to Tales of the Texas Rangers, starring Joel McRae as Ranger Jace Pearson. Now we continue with tonight's case, Candyman, an authentic story from the files of the Texas Rangers.
I left the horses with Leeds at the nearest town. He did some checking while I got a lift back to Pentland to pick up the car and horse trailer. Then I drove back to meet Leeds where I'd left him. Come on, boy. Get in the trailer. Move, boy.
Ready to roll, Jace.
We'll roll as soon as we can figure out which way. You check on those gas stations?
Highway patrol went all the way down the line. No station serviced the car we're looking for. No pump locks were broken during the night.
They must have driven as far as they wanted to go and ditched the car. Somewhere within about 100 miles from here.
How do you figure that?
Well, new cars coming off the assembly line only get a few gallons of gas put in them. If they didn't take on more gas, they got as far as they could on what was in the tank.
That makes sense.
We'll head west. Saygood's had trouble in Oklahoma and Louisiana, according to his record, so he'd go to New Mexico, where he's clean, if he left the state.
Yeah? Guess it's our best shot.
KTXA to Unit 10. KTXA to Unit 10.
Unit 10 to KTXA. Go ahead, KTXA.
Have report for Unit 10 on subject John Saygood. Only known associate of Saygood's was woman known as Marcella Roberts. Present whereabouts unknown. Last location was place of business, beauty salon in Abilene, Texas. Left there 2 months ago.
Unit 10 requests check of cosmetic distributors and supply houses. Check recent orders as possible source of new address on subject Marcella Roberts.
Will do, Unit 10. Moment, Unit 10. Have another message coming in for Unit 10. Stand by.
Unit 10 standing by.
Maybe they found the car, Chase.
Be a big help if they have.
Here it is, Unit 10. General store at Pike Hill entered during early morning. Situated 30 miles west, your present location. Check of stolen merchandise includes candy.
That fits subject Saygood. Proceeding to Pike Hill immediately. Unit 10, 10-4.
KTXA, Austin.
Sleep in a room right back of the store here, Ranger, when I hear this noise. I got up and lit the light, and it was just before daybreak.
See anybody?
No. I opened the door into the store, and then the dang cat popped into my room and started purring and rubbing against my leg. So I just figured she knocked something over, so I went on back to bed.
I see.
Didn't know anybody'd broken in until I got up this morning and found the door glass busted. Must have slept through that, though. I sleep real sound. Guess I woke up when they knocked this stack of canned goods over. Got 'em up and got 'em all stacked again now.
You call the sheriff right away?
Yep. As soon as I found a few dollars from the cash drawer missing. Didn't think about the candy counter. Don't keep much, you know. Till a couple of kids come in later on wanting some peppermint lifesavers. Then I saw a whole box of them was gone and some chocolate bars.
I guess that's when the sheriff got in touch with us then. Now, we'll rope off this showcase and have somebody from our lab come in to check it for fingerprints so we can be sure it was the man we were after.
Not much doubt about it, Chase.
Nothing like being sure. We drove further west from Pike Hill past Virgo while we waited for the fingerprint check. We combed the brush along the highway looking for the car Saygood and Abbott had stolen, but there was no sign of it. If it was abandoned, it might stay hidden for weeks.
Nothing in here, Jace.
No. Would have been a good spot to ditch a car, though. Well, they couldn't have driven much further than this.
We may find it further on.
Maybe. Maybe we've already passed it.
Call on your car radio, Jace.
Yeah. I heard it.
KTXA to Unit 10. Come in, Unit 10.
Unit 10 to KTXA. Go ahead, KTXA.
Report on subject Marcella Roberts. Cosmetic distributor check shows nail enamel ordered in subject's name 2 weeks ago. Delivery made to Adorable Beauty Salon, Virgo, Texas.
Units 10 and 7 continuing investigation. Unit 10, 10-4.
KTXA, Austin.
Pile in, leads.
Virgo's about 50 miles back, Jace.
I had a hunch we came too far.
Figure the woman's helping them hide out?
Saygood didn't head in this direction without a reason. If she isn't hiding him, she'll know where he's headed. Marcella Roberts wasn't at work, nor was she at her home when we got there, but she came home about an hour later. We left our car out of sight, but she didn't see us until she came up the steps to the private entrance on the porch. Miss Roberts?
What? Oh, Ranger. I didn't see you.
Thought you might be able to help us. You know a man named John Saygood?
I used to know him, long time ago.
You seen him lately?
Well, how could I? I heard that he was in jail.
The paper boy must have been neglecting you lately. He's out. We're looking for him.
All right, Ranger. I'll tell you what I know. He probably headed for Oklahoma City. Told me once that he could always hide out there if he got in any trouble.
He should have carried a compass because he headed the wrong way. He broke into a store at Pike Hill before sunup this morning, and he was still moving in this direction when he left there.
Well, I haven't seen him.
Good. And you won't mind if we take a look through your apartment.
If you've got any objection, one of us can wait here while the other gets the warrant.
All right, you can come in. I only hesitated because the place is a mess.
Sure. But we won't tell the neighbors. Come on, let's go.
Well, here you are. I couldn't hide a mouse in here.
Leeds, check the bathroom and closets. I'll look in the kitchen.
Right, Jay. Nobody here, Chase, that's for sure.
No, not now. But there was somebody here.
What do you mean?
I mean, if you were a better housekeeper, you might make a better liar. You could have swept up these candy wrappers on the floor.
Is there a law against eating candy? I eat it all the time.
So does Saygood. You happen to have a 30-day diet tacked up on your kitchen wall. And your figure says you've been following it pretty close.
You can't prove anything with that.
Maybe not. But there's something else. 2 different brands of cigarettes in this ashtray. And one brand doesn't have any lipstick on them.
I had a boyfriend visit me.
I'm going to check every store in this town and find out if you bought a load of groceries today. And if you did,
What?
you better be able to show them or prove where they went.
Ranger,
You're concealing and aiding a murderer. You can serve a lot of time for that, Marcella. Enough to rub off those good looks before you get out.
I don't want to go to jail. But you don't know Johnny. He'd kill me.
Where is he?
Well, I took him and the other fellow up the back road to the Sierra Diablo foothills. Said he'd hide out there and come back in a week. After I raised some money for him to get out of the country.
You lead us out to where you left him. And don't bother about raising that money. He isn't going to be needing it. We followed her to the place where Saygood and Abbott had been dropped, at the base of the wild Sierra Diablo country, catching the last rays of the sun. Leeds and I took our horses out of the trailer and started after them.
Getting pretty dark, Jace.
Yeah. Have to leave the horses and go on foot soon, or we'll lose this trail.
I can hardly see anything now.
Hold up a minute. Woo, Charcoal.
Oh, what?
Moist patch here. One of them slipped and fell.
Yeah, the one making the heaviest tracks. Probably Saygood.
No, Abbott. Saygood's bigger, but he's using Abbott for a pack mule to carry supplies. Look how the tracks spraddle out.
Yeah. Sure must be carrying weight, all right.
Headed right for that rocky ground ahead. We won't find any more prints as clear as these.
Want to tie the horses off here?
No, I think we better lead them. They can walk this ground, and we may need them coming out. Now, let's keep going.
Ah, we've lost him, Jace.
Keep flashing your light around it. Keep it cupped.
All right. I'll spread out a little.
No, wait a minute. Come back.
Huh? What'd you find?
Earth is soft at the base of this rock.
Yeah, but no prints in it, Jace.
No, but look at those marks.
Rattlesnake track.
Yeah, wasn't moving away from here, though. Den's probably in under the rock. Was weaving back and forth. A rattler only does that when it's disturbed.
You mean they scared it passing by?
Something scared it. Some loose rock fell around here not long ago, either. You can see where it chipped as it fell. The chips are fresh. Haven't been weathered over.
Then they must have knocked it loose climbing up around a rock.
Yeah. Let's find out. And if they did come this way, they must have moved along this ledge. Here. Use your light again.
You're right, Jace. Look at this.
Yeah. Piece of broken shoelace. Snapped while they were climbing. And they sat there and tied the rest of it. See where his back rubbed dirt off the rock behind him.
Yeah.
And they made straight for that plateau. Give Saygood a clear view of anything coming up by day.
Gonna leave the horses here and go on?
No. Climb down and get them. We'll circle the rocks and take the long way up. We'll give Saygood a chance to fall asleep. We may be able to take him alive. fire. We moved toward it.
The moon's pretty bright now, Jace. We're out here. They're in cover. Unless they move between us and that fire.
It's funny Sago would keep a fire going at night. Need it in the day for cooking, but it's a giveaway in the dark.
Probably figures he's safe enough. He's got to keep an eye on Abbott. Unless we're wrong and Abbott's along because he wants to be.
Well, we'll find that out when the showdown comes.
No sign of any movement there yet, Jace.
We better leave the horses now. And we'll stake them out here and split. Circle in on foot until...
Flop now, please!
Now I knew what was wrong with the fire. It was a decoy Saget had set up. He was someplace in the rim of the brush behind us. I twisted around looking for a flash of his gun if he fired again.
Hang up, Rangers. Let me get a good shot. I'll put one right through your belly.
You didn't expect to get away, did you, Sagood?
You ain't got me yet.
We can wait. You'll never get out of here unless we take you out.
We got 4 guns. You're 1, Sagood.
Don't forget the extra joker I dealt myself. Talk up, Abbott.
Oh, Johnny, my arm.
I still got Abbott, little Papa. And if one of you got a bullet mark for me, remember it's got to go through him first.
Keep him talking, Jace. Maybe I can crawl around.
No, he's trigger happy. If he heard a sound, he'd put a bullet in Abbott's back.
What do you say, Rangers? You want to see this punk die? Now remember, I got nothing to lose by gunning it.
What do you want, Sagood?
I'll make you a deal.
We don't make deals.
You'll make this one or Abbott's dead.
He's not fooling, Rangers. He'll kill me. I got a wife and a kid down.
Ain't that touching, Rangers? Now you gotta play ball with me.
What's your deal?
Back off. Way off so I can see you go. And leave us your horses. And remember, Abbott will be in front of me when we come out to get him.
Jace, we can let him come out and then we can...
Sure, I know.
All right, Sagood. You got a deal.
I loosened the cinch on charcoal. We backed away, ready in case they fired. Then they moved out into the moonlight. Sagood kept Abbott between us and got him up on Leeds' horse. Then he started to mount charcoal.
Hold on, Rangers!
Shake him, charcoal! Shake him, boy! Come on, Leeds. You won't be able to hit anything but the ground. There goes Sagood. Watch him.
You all right, Abbott?
Yeah, I'm all right.
Get up, Sagood.
My arms.
Never borrow a ranger's horse when a ranger's around unless he wants you to have him. I'm glad I didn't have to kill you, Sagood. I want the rest of the prisoners at Pentland to see you back in that cell. Might help them make up their minds never to come back again.
You can start that lesson with me, Ranger. Once I get out, you won't see me there again.
Good, Abbott. It's no place for a wife and kid to go visiting. All right, Sagood. Get going.
John Sagood was brought to trial and found guilty on 3 counts of murder. His sentence, death in the electric chair.
This is Joel McCrae. Many tales about the Texas Rangers have been repeated until they are legend. And here's one of my favorites. Many years ago, rioting broke out in a Texas town, and the mayor appealed for aid from the Rangers. He was at the railroad depot to meet the expected help when a stranger got off the train and approached him. "Are you the mayor?" the stranger asked. The mayor, looking anxiously for the Ranger force, said, "Yeah, but I have no time to talk to you now. I'm waiting for the Texas Rangers to stop this rioting." The stranger said, "I'm the Ranger. I was sent down to help you." The mayor's mouth dropped open in dismay. "They only send one Ranger?" Puzzled by the question, the Ranger said, "Yeah. You only got one riot, haven't you?" Don't forget our date, same time next week, folks. See you then.
Next week, Joel McCrae in another authentic reenactment of a case from the files of the Texas Rangers. Cray is currently seen starring in the Universal International Technicolor production Saddle Tramp. Tonight's cast included Tony Barrett, Frank Martin, Reed Hadley, Wilms Herbert, Dick Ryan, and Lorene Tuttle. This story was transcribed and adapted by Joel Murcott, and the program was produced and directed by Stacy Keach. This is Hal Gibney speaking.
Three chimes mean good times on NBC. The secret of Dennis Day's comedy is that he always appears perplexed and bewildered. Dennis will be back on the network of the Chimes Saturday, October 7th. That's 3 weeks from tonight, with more delightful mix-ups and popular music in the thrilling Day manner. And that same Saturday, October 7th, also marks the return of Judy Canova with more of her mountain-style music and mayhem. This is NBC, the National Broadcasting Company.
Suspense. And the producer of radio's outstanding theater of thrills, the master of mystery and adventure, William N. Robeson.
The American standard of living is the highest on earth. We no longer consider an automobile or an electric refrigerator or a TV set a luxury. They're necessities and taken for granted. Who cares if the smallest practical coin is a dime? We've got it made. Yet, in this richest land on earth, there are communities where a 10-cent candy bar acquires a strange and distorted value, where a box of peanut brittle can be worth a man's life. Communities you and I never visit. The places where we, like careless housekeepers, sweep our dirt under the national rug so it will not be seen. The gray-walled communities where thousands of men live a restless and useless existence. The prisons of America. Of one of these, we have a story to tell. Listen. Listen then as Skip Homeyer stars in Peanut Brittle, which begins in exactly 1 minute.
Do you know the Social Security benefits to which you will be entitled when you separate from the service and take a civilian job? Here's a tip from Social Security.
You wouldn't think of letting your bank savings pile up year after year without getting an occasional statement, would you? Well, your Social Security taxes are similar to savings. They are held for you by the government until you need them. How much money you make determines how large your benefit will be. If you or your employer should make a mistake in reporting your Social Security taxes, and it is not discovered within 3 years, it may be too late to correct it. That's why we say, check your account. Better be on the safe side. It's so easy to get a postcard form 7004. Just write to Social Security, Department 15, Hollywood 28, California. After sending form 7004, in a couple of weeks you will get a statement of the amount credited to your Social Security record by name and number. This statement is free, but it must be requested by you. Just ask for form 7004, and that's Social Security, Department 15, Hollywood 28, California.
And now, Skip Homeyer in Peanut Brittle, a prison tale well calculated to keep you in suspense.
Wow, the bell. It jarred you, huh?
Well, it's awful loud.
You'll get used to it. Everything's loud in here. Bells, whistles, the cell doors. Where you from?
Upstate.
Put your stuff on the top bunk. That's your new home. What you carrying?
What?
What you carrying? Time.
Oh, 1 to 10.
Climbing in windows, huh? They got me on armed robbery. You ain't gonna be here long.
Well, I got 1 to 10.
Man, you'll do a hot minute. The warden will kiss you on the cheek and you'll be home with Mother before you know it.
I don't know about that.
Listen, man, doing time in this joint is nothing. That is, if you know how. You hungry?
Sort of.
Don't be afraid to speak up. Man, you'll always be hungry in this lousy place. You like candy?
Sometimes.
You're a fish, all right. But you'll get to like candy real well, real soon. Man, it's the only thing inside. You want some?
Well, what kind?
You never asked that in here. Just take it. You got any money on the books?
What?
Money. Credit in the warden's office, so you can have canteen in here.
No.
Well, how you going to smoke and eat things you like? Man, after a few weeks, them candy bars start tasting like caviar. Here, have some peanut brittle. It's good, man. Have some.
Thanks.
Forget it. Anyway, we can get a lot more. Ever played dominoes?
When I was a kid?
Listen, man, you're going to play again. You and me. We're going to play for candy. Lots and lots of candy.
Well, the captain of the yard told us...
He told you gambling wasn't nice, right?
Well, not like that. He told us...
He told you you'd get in trouble. Listen, man, we're going to play it real cool. As soon as you get around this place a little and the head shrinkers get through quizzing you, we're going to hit the yard as the domino team to beat.
Well, I heard about those games. Don't it take cigarettes or canteen ducats to get in them?
You got big ears, man. Well, hear this. We're going to bust into those games with next to nothing.
How?
The build-up.
Huh?
You're new. You're fish. I'm going to build you up as really somebody, a guy with plenty of dough and connections on the outside. Get it?
Well, I don't know. It sounds kind of like asking for trouble. What happens if we lose?
What happens if we have to keep eating this lousy chow? What happens if you hit the rack every night so hungry you could chew the bars off the cell door? What happens if I think you're chicken?
I don't know.
Now, listen, man, I'm telling you we can't miss. When I get through spreading the word about you, those guys will break their necks getting us into a big game. Don't you see? We got a chance to clean up. Besides, I know how to play dominoes. I'm not going to let us lose. Oh, by the way, my name's Marino. Tommy Marino. What's your handle?
Eddie Kip.
Glad to know you, partner. Well, what do you think of the yard?
It's big, isn't it? Seems like everybody who ever lived is inside.
The best citizens. Hey, look, over there. That's where we're going to open shop. One of Sky Grogan's games.
Who's he?
Bad, man. Plain bad. But he's got all kinds of connections. He's got what we want, the game and the loot. I've already told him about you.
I don't know.
It's a setup, man. Sky wants new players with him. I've known Sky a long time. He's been here a long time, too. He's doing it all. Life without parole. But he's a good guy. Come on, let's go over and meet him. How you doing, Sky?
Hi, kid.
You busy for a minute, man?
What's on your mind?
I'd like you to meet my buddy I told you about, Eddie.
Hi, Eddie. Hi.
You letting any new guys in this game?
Like you, too?
That's right.
I don't know.
What does it take to get in?
Canteen ducats, cigarettes, candy, what you got?
Some peanut brittle, a half box of it.
Is there more? Where'd that come from?
Sure. Here.
Okay, but I don't want any belly aching if you lose. If you win, I pay right then. I want it the same way. You guys playing double or single?
Together.
You want in now?
Well, that's what we're here for. We got our own dominoes. Eddie?
Yeah, here they are.
You get over there. I'll stay this side of the table. Hey, Sky, who are your players?
Johnny, Sid, Tom, and Eddie.
Hi. Deuce.
Here's 6 for you.
6 right back at you.
Trey.
Double 4.
You got it, Eddie.
Double 4, and I'll put an ace on top of it.
Here's 5.
We'll see it.
Hey, it's noon chow. You guys gonna eat?
Not me. How about the other guys?
They'll stick if you want to.
Well, let's play then. Tommy, we're losing too much. Shut up. Top the tray.
I got it for you. And 4 on that.
I'm playing a 6.
And a deuce.
All right, put them away. Line up. That means you men, too. Come on, wrap them up. All right, put them away.
Hey, you guys forgetting something?
I told you we should have quit. Tell me up.
You owe me exactly 1 box of peanut brittle. Those 10 pegs say so, right?
If that's the way you read them.
Who's holding the sack for you two?
Eddie here.
I haven't got anything.
Well, you told me you had plenty of canteen ducats.
Hey, cut the bull. You guys come into this game talking big canteen, so I want what's coming to me.
We'll get it up.
Hey, man, don't say we. You were supposed to back us up.
It was your idea.
You see what happens when you play with kids? Honest guy, he told me he had all kinds of loot. So naturally, I figured...
You're lying. I didn't say anything.
Hey, man. Man, look out who you're calling liar.
Listen, you punks. I want what you owe this game. I want candy, peanut brittle. I want it real quick, a whole box. You, kid, pick a better partner next time.
Don't worry, I will.
Listen, punk, or whatever your name is, you come into this joint, into this game with a lot of big talk about who you were, what you had. You said...
That was all Tommy's doing.
I only told the guys what you told me.
I don't get it. You said if we played...
Listen, you're new here, so I'm going to give you a break. You get that candy bite tonight, after we're locked up from supper, and we'll forget all about it, okay?
Where am I going to get it?
I don't care where or how you get it, but get it. Or you better find a way to beat that wall.
Tommy, what am I going to do?
Oh, how do I know, man? I want to hit the sack, do you mind?
Yes, I do. You know I haven't got any money on the books. You know I haven't got any friends outside who'd send me money. Well, what am I going to do? You were the guy that wanted to build me up for us to play. Now you don't know me. Is that it?
Listen, I thought you was a hustler. I figured if we ever lose, you'd be smart enough to hustle up some canteen. I put something in the game, didn't I?
Why don't you be a right guy and help us get out of this jam?
Us? This is your mess, not mine.
Well, what am I supposed to do? Cook up a batch of peanut brittle here in the cell? What's Guy Grogan going to do? Kill me for a lousy box of peanut brittle?
It's been done for a lot less.
In a moment, we continue with the second act of Suspense. Do you know the Social Security benefits to which you will be entitled when you separate from the service and take a civilian job? Here's a tip from Social Security.
When you open an account at a store, a special record is usually started for you. When you get a Social Security account card, a personal record is also started for you, using both your name and the number of your card. To be sure your Social Security record is correct, it's a good idea to check your Social Security record every few years. To get a statement of your earnings from the Social Security records, you can use postcard form 7004. This form is yours by writing to Social Security, Department 15, Hollywood 28, California. That's postcard form 7004.
And now, Act 2 of Peanut Brittle, starring Skip Homeyer. A tale well calculated to keep you in suspense.
You got something for me?
You know better. I haven't had time to raise anything.
You heard me. You heard what I said out in the yard, didn't you? After supper.
Well, sure I did, but you got to give a guy some time.
Time? Don't give me that time bit, punk.
Leave me alone. I'll leave you alone, hanging head down from this balcony.
Let go of me. No, let me go. Please, Guy. Help!
Hey, man, easy. He'll fall. Shut up, or I'll heave you over the railings, too.
Please, Guy, don't let me fall.
How do you like hanging 5 tiers up in the air? All I gotta do is let go of your legs.
Please, Guy, please.
What do you say, kid? What are you gonna get me, huh? What you gonna get me, kid?
Peanut brittle. Peanut brittle.
By tomorrow morning, right?
Yes. Yes.
Yes.
Yeah, remember, tomorrow morning, when we go to breakfast, I want that peanut brittle. Or next time I'll let you drop. A scram. That's the last lockup.
That guy's crazy, Tommy. He's nuts. If he'd let go, I'd have fallen 5 tiers. I'd have been killed.
He wouldn't have dropped you.
That's what you think. I gotta do something.
Why don't you go see the captain? He'd be glad to help you.
How?
Put you on protection roll.
What's that?
That's where they put you when the other cons put the heat on a guy. Like if he gambles and can't pay his losses.
You're by yourself, huh?
Sort of. If you mean the rest of the guys in the yard can't get to you.
Well, how long do you stay there?
Until the captain figures no one's after you anymore.
Maybe that's where I ought to go.
I'll tell you something, man. You picked the wrong guy to run away from. Sky's got friends all over the joint. You know what he'd do? He'd pay a guy to mess up and get put on protection just so the guy could get to you.
I don't get it. Why all the hell over some candy? We haven't got it.
You mean you haven't got it?
Okay, I haven't got it.
Listen, man. Sky's doing life. And when you're a lifer, you don't stand anybody giving you a bad time.
I'm not hurting him.
No? One guy gets away owing Sky canteen, some other character'll try it. So if you're Sky, you don't let anybody get into you for canteen. See?
Hey, which one of you guys is Eddie?
Me.
Sky Grogan sent me down to remind you about tomorrow morning at breakfast. He said something about peanut brittle.
What am I supposed to do? Fly out of this cell and get him his peanut brittle?
Hey, don't give me a hard time. I'm just carrying the word.
I'm sorry.
Save it for yourself, man. Sky ain't kidding.
Well, won't he take any other kind of candy instead of peanut brittle?
Sky says peanut brittle. Nothing else.
Well, why just peanut brittle?
Well, he uses it to get cigarettes or favors from the other cons.
Doesn't he want it to eat?
You kidding? Sky don't like any kind of candy, especially peanut brittle. He's got stomach ulcers.
In exactly 1 minute, we continue with Act 3 of Suspense.
This is Johnny Baker with Communism on the Spot. One of the most frequent communist boasts is that they are the real champions of self-determination of nations. They claim that this even extends to the Soviet republics, pointing out that under their constitution, every republic has the right to secede from the USSR. Unfortunately, this is merely a paper guarantee. For example, even though the Ukraine and Belarusia have full United Nations representation, they do not have separate governments independent of the Kremlin. Even their budgets are controlled by the central government in Moscow. It's thus apparent that the privilege of self-determination, like other supposed Soviet rights, is strictly an illusion.
And now, Act 3 of Peanut Brittle, starring Skip Homeyer. A tale well calculated to keep you in suspense.
What are you doing dressed already? The lights just came on.
I couldn't sleep.
Hey, man, relax.
Is Sky after you?
Oh, chow make you feel better.
I'm not hungry. When the unlocked bell rings, I'm taking off.
Where?
I don't know, but I don't want any more accidents that might happen on purpose. I'll see you.
Hey, wait a minute, man.
Where's your boy going?
I don't know, Sky.
He ain't going far anyway.
Hey, man, why don't you give him a break?
Well, you want to pay the canteen?
Well, why, no, man. I haven't got anything.
Neither is he, right?
He don't know nobody.
That's too bad. If you was any kind of a guy, you'd help the punk.
I can't, man.
Oh, you're a sad man. Real sad. If you see your boy, tell him there's no use running. Them walls can't run with him.
Yeah.
Is the chaplain in?
I'll see. You got a pass?
No, but I gotta see him. Really, I gotta see him.
Yeah.
Yes?
Chaplain, Hey, what's your last name? Number?
Kip. 99319.
There's a Kip. 99319 wants special interview.
Would you tell him to wait a few moments?
Yes, sir. Take a seat. He'll be out pretty soon. Hey, aren't you in some sort of rhubarb with Sky Grogan?
I don't know what you're talking about.
Oh, yeah, you do. You and Marino played one of Sky's domino games. You couldn't come up with the loot, could you?
That's my problem.
Taking it to the chaplain, huh? He can't do you no good, except to take you to the captain so you can sing to him.
I'm not seeing the chaplain about that.
Oh, you kidding. It's written all over your kisser. You're scared.
How long you think the chaplain will be?
Why don't you just pay, Sky? Ain't gonna do any good squawking to the chaplain.
Why don't you leave me alone?
I'm just telling you something for your own good, fella.
I don't need your advice. I can take care of myself.
Yeah, sure you can.
Where is the man who wanted to see me?
Why, he just left, sir, so he couldn't wait after all.
Oh? Was he in trouble?
Everybody in here in trouble, ain't they, sir?
Me? Yes, you. What's your hurry? You know the rules. No running. That's a good way to get yourself shot.
Yes, sir.
All right, on your way. But this time, walk.
Yes, sir.
Hey, Eddie.
Huh?
Eddie, why don't you take it easy, Eddie? You'll live longer.
You tell Sky that.
Look, man, I got the solution. Why don't you just hide out somewhere? Then maybe I could scratch up some canteen and...
Hide out where?
I know a place where no one can find you. Not even Sky. Come on, I'll show you.
Why are you worrying about me so sudden?
You want help, or don't you?
Sure I want help.
Well, shut up then and listen. This place I'm talking about is on top of the east cell block.
Where?
Right on top of the east block under the roof. You good at climbing girders and stuff?
Well, I guess so. How long do I stay there?
Until lockup before supper. When you hear the bell, come down. Now, let's go before someone sees us. Come on. Yeah. Now, how about this? Who's going to find you here? Unless someone tells them.
I don't know. It's awful high up here. I don't have much room to move around.
You going to practice dancing up here or something? Now, just sit still until it's time to come down.
You can't even see the floor from here. You can't see anything. If a guy fell, he'd just slide off the roof of the cell block. Nothing would stop him.
You want to keep away from Sky, don't you?
Yes.
Well, then stop worrying, man. You're safe now. Hey, Sky. Sky?
Yeah.
Hey, man, I'll make you a deal.
Coming from you, it's probably crooked.
Come on, man, I'm serious. I got a deal. You know that peanut brittle Kip owes you?
Yeah.
Put me back in one of your games and I'll tell you where you can find Kip.
Aren't you his cell partner? His buddy?
So?
You don't like him suddenly. Is that it?
That doesn't have anything to do with it. I'm on your side.
Like a rattlesnake.
Do you want to find Kip?
Maybe.
I need some canteen, cigarettes, candy, anything.
And your buddy is the price,
He's not my buddy. I thought you wanted to get the canteen he owes you.
Has he got it?
I don't know.
He's pretty scared, isn't he?
You can bet on that.
Tell you what, I've been thinking it over. The kid's new, or he wouldn't listen to a rat like you. I'm going to give him a good scare. Teach him a lesson. Where is he?
Cigarettes, candy?
All right. You got credit in one of the games for 5 packs of cigs or a box of peanut brittle.
Okay. He's hiding on top of the east block, the yard end. He's up in the girders. There's a flat spot there. That's where he is.
How'd you find that spot?
I took him there.
Real friend, huh? Okay, take the game nearest the north block door, and I'll get out of my face.
You said you wanted to find Eddie.
Yeah. It's great to have friends. Hey, kid.
Who's that? Someone coming? Hey. Hey, who's there? Tommy, is that you?
Friend of his.
Sky!
Yeah? It's me, kid. What you hiding for?
Look, leave me alone. Please leave me alone.
You can't pay a man what you owe him clear up here. Can you, kid?
Get away. Get away, please.
You're making it hard on yourself, kid. You know I'll get that canteen.
I haven't got any and I can't get any.
Hey, kid, well, wait a minute. Come back. Come on back.
No, you ain't gonna get me.
Well, look out. Hey, kid, look out. Back of you. Look out.
All right, let's break it up. Sergeant, get the hospital. Send a searcher out right away. What happened, son?
I'm hurt. I'm hurt real bad.
All right, son, lie still. Sergeant, you know this boy?
Yes, sir. Kip, he's new here.
Did you see what happened?
No, sir, I only heard him fall.
From one of the tiers?
I believe the roof of the block. I was on the 5th tier myself checking cells. He fell right past me.
Eddie didn't fall, sir. He was pushed.
What's that, Marino?
I said he was pushed.
Pushed? Who pushed him?
Grogan, sir. Sky Grogan.
Hey, you! You up there! Stop where you are!
Call off the gun, Bulls. I'm coming down.
All right, Grogan, make it careful. The captain wants to see you.
Marino, you say Grogan pushed the boy here?
Oh, yes, sir. I saw him do it, sir. I was standing right here, and Grogan pushed Eddie.
All right, you men. All right, get back to the yard. The show's over. Come on, let's
Here he
move.
is, Captain.
All right, what were you doing up there, Grogan?
Trying to talk to the kid here.
Kip?
Yeah.
Marino says you pushed the boy off the top.
He's a dirty rotten
He was
son.
after both Eddie and me, sir. We knew too much about his gambling games. I saw him push Eddie.
You're lying in your
All right, both of you, shut up. Marino.
Hey, yes, sir?
Look up there where you said you saw Kip pushed.
I am, sir.
All right, what do you see?
The 5th tier. I mean the top of the block, sir.
You're lying, Marino. It's impossible to see the roof of the cell block from here. How did you know the boy was up there? How did you know Grogan was up there? Answer me, Marino. How did you know?
Oh, Captain, because I told Sky. What are you yelling at me for? Sky pushed him, I saw it.
All right, Sergeant. Put them both in isolation.
No, Captain, you got me wrong, Captain. Eddie was a buddy of mine. A real buddy. I was his friend.
Sure, punk. You loved him till it hurt. You're a real friend. Well, me and the boys in the yard are gonna be real friends, too. We're gonna kill you with kindness.
Suspense, in which Skip Homeyer starred in William N. Robeson's production of Peanut Brittle, written by Jules Maitland. Listen. Listen again next week when we return with another tale well calculated to keep you in suspense. Supporting Mr. Homeyer in Peanut Brittle were John Daner, Lou Krugman, Peter Leeds, Lou Merrill, and Barney Phillips.
Suspense has been brought to you through the worldwide facilities of the United States Armed Forces Radio and Television Service.
the Damon Runyon Theater. Once again, the Damon Runyon Theater brings you another story by the master of storytellers, Damon Runyon. And this one, The Lemon Drop Kid. And to tell it to you, here is Broadway.
Thanks. The other day, I run into Regret, the horse player, and he tells me that he runs into the Lemon Drop Kid, and the kid sends regards to me. It is a long time since I see the kid, maybe a year. It is that long since the night in Mindy's when... But that is getting ahead of the story of the Lemon Drop Kid. One that is more than somewhat full of what the Broadway critics like to call human drama. If you like, I will tell it to you in a minute.
And now, back to the Damon Runyon Theater and the famous story, The Lemon Drop Kid.
Take you back a matter of 4 or 5 years to an August afternoon and the racetrack at Saratoga, which is a spot in New York State very pleasant to behold, and also to a young guy by the name of Lemon Drop Kid, who is called the Lemon Drop Kid because he always has a little sack of lemon drops in the side pocket of his coat and is always munching at same. Now, the Lemon Drop Kid's business is telling a tale, which means he will spot somebody at the racetrack and give them a tip, for which he expects to be cut in on the lettuce when it is gathered. On this day, the kid and I are standing at the rail. The kid is looking gloomy. Finally, he turns to me and says as follows.
Broadway, have you ever been broke?
Oh, at times the condition with me is somewhat of a chronic disease.
It is with me now.
You?
Uh-huh. I have no place to live.
But you are living at that boarding house, are you not?
I am not. The landlady made derogatory remarks about my lack of funds. Got so I could not enjoy my meals. Especially since they were very bad meals to start with.
Then what are you doing here at the racetrack?
I thought maybe I could tell a tale and pick up some scratch in that manner.
You mean you have a horse that looks good?
No, but I... Broadway.
Yeah?
Hey, look, there he comes again.
There who comes again where?
See an old man in the wheelchair?
Sure.
Well, every day he comes here. He's always pushed up where he can see the race.
You know who that is, kid?
I do not.
Rarest P. Grigsby.
The name is familiar.
It should be. Rarest P. Grigsby has more potatoes than Idaho. And with these potatoes, he is closer than the next second.
How do you like that? Here I am, broke. There he is with more dough than he knows what to do with. And what fun does he have?
It seems to me that a few evenings at home, counting a few dollars at a time, is a more than somewhat entertaining pastime.
Nah, look how sour he looks.
Well, being tied to that chair is no fun.
I guess so. I feel sorry for him.
Sure.
Tell you what, let's go over and talk to him.
Talk to Rarest P. Grigsby? Kid, you are more than somewhat silly.
Well, come on, let's see. He looks lumps.
Okay. But do not say I do not warn you.
Besides, maybe I can tell him a tale.
Oh, he never bets.
Why does he come here?
Just to see the horses.
Okay, watch me cheer him up. Hiya, Buster.
Huh? Were you addressing me, young man?
Sure. Say, you got gout?
Go away.
Nice day, huh? What?
I didn't say anything.
Oh, why not?
Because I don't wish to talk. Now go away before I have my man call the police.
I do something wrong?
Will you please go?
Why are you in that wheelchair?
Arthritis. Now go away.
Arthritis? Say, I had that once. No more, though.
Huh? You had it?
Sure. Know what cured it?
It can't cure mine.
Well, you never tried.
Young man, I spent thousands on doctors, and I've offered $5,000 to anyone who will cure me.
Okay, so look at you. Ever try this stuff?
Yeah. What is it?
Medicine I took.
Ah.
Here, try one.
Right. What is it?
Look, if you're afraid, I'll eat one first. Ready? Can't hurt. Might do you some good.
Well, let me have it.
Here you are.
Well, it tastes like lemon drops.
Sure, that's to disguise the taste of the medicine. What's so funny?
You are.
Maybe. By the way, I'll give you something good in the fifth.
I never bet.
Ever try?
No.
Well, why not this time? You can't lose. I got it straight
from the horse's mouth.
No, I can't reveal the source of my information.
You're an engaging young rapscallion. What's the name of this horse?
Watch number 2.
Number 2, eh? All right, I know what you want. Here, take this $100. Bet it on the horse.
Sure. So long, Buster.
And I am flabbergasted because I know the kid does not know what horses are running in the field. But the kid just smiles and walks away from it. He is gone maybe 10 minutes. Then he comes back, and he is smiling more than somewhat as he says as follows.
Hey, Broadway, I found out that horse number 2 is an old walrus by the name of Sunshine, and he could not win even against a field of mud turtles.
And you are going to bet that C-note on him?
No.
But
Sunshine will lose. Mr. Grigsby will not miss the C-note. He has many, many more. Besides, I made him laugh. I figure he owes me something for that. Now, come on. We'll watch the race, and maybe in the 6th we'll put down a bet.
Oh, there's post call.
There's Sunshine coming out of the paddock. Broadway, he is a sorry-looking walrus.
Nevertheless, I see walruses do funny things.
Don't borrow trouble.
I have plenty without dipping into the bag for more.
Sunshine will lose.
But Sunshine wins. Probably because he is running against a field of mud turtles that are not in shape. And the price is 20 to 1, which means Rare as P. Grigsby wins $2,000. Now, at this point, it seems the Lemon Drop Kid should be hired to catch. But he does not run away. He is funny that way, because he figures Mr. Grigsby should be told why the tip does not stand up. So I stand back when the kid says to him,
Well, what do you say?
Say. That's the most fun I've had in years. I'll give you a liberal reward, young man.
That's generous of you, Mr. Grigsby.
Well, where's the money?
Money? What money?
Why, the money I won.
Well, Mr. Grigsby, why are you under the impression that you won?
Huh? What did you say?
You did not win. We lost on that race.
Wait, what? Well, young man, you... Horse number 2 won that race.
Sure, horse number 2 won. It is a matter of history now.
Then where is the money?
Mr. Grigsby, I think you misunderstood me. I meant that horse number 2 was the horse to watch against ours. Remember? I said watch number 2.
You crook! You young thief! You swindler! Police! Detectives! Police! Help!
Now, take it easy, Mr. Grigsby. Your condition...
Confound my condition! I'll throttle you with my own hands. I'll tear you in half. Why, you thief! You crook!
Goodbye, Mr. Grigsby. It's been very nice knowing you.
You come back here! Get him! Stop him! I'll have you hunted down and found if it takes every remaining day of my life!
Well, that is that. The Lemon Drop Kid takes off with every gendarme and detective in the track at his heels. But he's a very fast runner, and he leaves the track under a good head of steam and does not stop until there are several miles between him and the nearest competitor. He stops only when he comes to a little town named Kibbsville. Now, the rest of the story I do not see in person, but I hear it later from the kid, and it goes as follows.
Will that be all, sir?
Yes, thanks. Goodbye.
Goodbye, sir.
Say, I wonder if you could give me a drink of water.
Oh, you scared me. Didn't see you come up.
Sorry, but I'm kind of dry.
You been running?
Yeah, I was in it in the last race and lost direction.
You want some ice water?
Any kind. Thanks.
Well, why don't you sit down? I'll bring it to you. Here, sit on this stool in the shade.
Oh, thanks. Is your gas station?
It's my father's. I take care of it. Here you are.
Oh, thanks.
Drink it slower. That's better.
Yeah.
Why were you running?
Exercise. Do it all the time.
Were you running away from something?
Nah. Say, you got change for a $100 bill?
For 100? No.
Business good here?
Sometimes. Not much traffic comes down here.
You say, you mind this place all by yourself?
Well, my father helps.
Well, where is he?
He's in the house. All I have to do is call for him.
You scared of me? Well, don't worry. I'm not a stick-up man.
I didn't say you were. You don't look like one.
No? What do I look like?
Like a nice young man.
Nice young man.
Yes, why?
Nothing. Well, okay, thanks for the water. I'll be on my way.
You're welcome. Oh, were you at Saratoga?
Why?
Oh, I was just wondering what the girls there were wearing. You know, their hats, dresses, suits.
Get out much, do you?
Oh, yes, sometimes.
Sure.
Was it pretty there?
Oh, yeah. Lots of dolls.
Dolls?
Dames, girls.
Were they pretty?
Pretty? Yeah. Yeah, I guess they were.
Why are you looking at me like that?
Maybe because I never seen a doll. A girl like you before.
Well, the upshot of the matter is that the Lemon Drop Kid falls for this doll, who is named Alicia Deering. He does not stay 1 day or 2 days or even 3, but more than a week passes, and he is still hanging around the town. And maybe it is a good thing because the gendarmes are still nosing around for him, but they do not think to look in Kibbsville. Then one night, he is sitting with Alicia, and the scene is as follows.
What are you thinking about?
Oh, I don't know. Maybe about all this.
Oh. I heard something in town today.
So? What?
I heard that the police at the racetrack were looking for somebody.
They're always looking for somebody.
This was a special somebody. He likes lemon drops.
Lots of people do.
I know, that's what I've said.
You... That's what you said.
Yes?
You hear why they're looking for this somebody?
Yes. He was dishonest.
Uh-huh.
But they don't think he stopped here in Kibbsville. I don't either.
See. Alicia.
What?
Look, you don't know anything about me except that I like lemon drops. But this is the first time I ever loved anybody or anything in my life. It's different. I like it.
So do I.
I like this place. It's quiet. It's different. I'd like to stay here.
I wish you would.
You mean that?
Uh-huh.
I don't know how to do anything but tout a horse or pull a phony deal. But I'd like to try.
Starting now?
Starting as of the first day I saw you.
And that is how the Lemon Drop Kid proposes and is accepted. What comes later is quite a story, which I will tell you about in a minute.
And now, back to the Damon Runyon Theater and the famous story, The Lemon Drop Kid.
So it happens that the kid stays in Kibbsville. Now, it turns out that he and Alicia are very much in love. But, as they say, there is a large fly in the ointment. Naturally, the kid has to tell the doll's father. And the scene is as follows.
So you want to marry Alicia?
Yeah, that's the idea.
On what?
Well, I got a few bucks. 100.
How long will that last?
I don't know.
You ain't got a job.
Well, not yet.
Looky here, I ain't able to work hard, and now you're going to take Alicia away from me.
Well, I got that figured out, too. I can work at the station.
You. Look at you. I know your kind. I seen a lot of you come and go.
Well, I'm figuring on staying.
Maybe you'll want a salary, too.
Well, we gotta live.
I'll give you $10 a week.
Huh? $10? Oh, you're kidding.
$10. And you and Alicia can live in the back.
Gee, I figured on a place of our own.
On what?
You know, I can't figure you. Her father. Seems to me you wouldn't want to see her happy.
You're taking her away from me, ain't you?
Okay. $10 a week. You know...
What?
I was just thinking.
What about?
$10. That used to be a pretty good price. For a necktie.
Kid, is that you?
Yeah. Yeah, it's me. I gotta look in a mirror to make sure.
Oh, you're tired.
Yeah, I guess. 6 a.m. to 10 p.m. Long hours for short pay.
For 8 months.
Yeah, for 8 months.
Want a glass of milk?
Nah.
I'm sorry, kid.
I'll forget it. Alicia.
What, kid?
We gotta get out of here. You and me, we gotta get out of here.
You want to leave?
Well, why not? What have we got here? $10 a week in one room.
It's not much, is it?
Much.
I see.
Well, Oh, look, baby. Honey, I didn't mean that for you. Well, I'd cut my arm off if you passed me the sign to do it. Oh, honey, I'm sorry.
I know. Oh, kid, I love you so much.
Double lead and spades for me, honey. Look, I had $100 when I came here. I've been getting 10 a week. We put some away. Maybe we can make a start someplace else.
I don't want to go away, kid.
But you said you loved me.
And I do. I'd go any place with you, darling, any place. But not now.
Why not? Why not?
Not now, kid.
Alicia.
Oh, kid. Kid, I'm glad of you.
Glad? Look at me. Everybody in the world, look at me. The lemon-drop kid who never had anything or anybody to love before in his life. Now I got the whole world. The whole world. Me. Me with a kid of my own.
Sure, that is it. Well, the weeks go by fast. Then Alicia is not doing so well. And the lemon-drop kid is like a limp rag. And one night, the scene is as follows.
You can come in now.
Okay, Doc. She doing all right?
Well, no.
What's the matter?
Call it complications, Mr. Deering.
Let me in there.
Kid.
Hello, baby. Feeling better?
Yes.
Sure you are.
Everything all right?
Couldn't be better.
And Dad?
He's fine.
You'd better let her get some rest now.
Okay, Doc, right away. I'll be right outside, honey, in case you need anything.
All right, kid. Don't worry.
I've got to talk to you.
Yeah? What's the matter, Doc?
She needs a specialist.
Specialist? She's worse than you let on.
I'm sorry, but I've done all I can. She needs a specialist. Badly.
Badly?
That's right.
Where from?
Well, there's one in New York City. It's rather expensive.
Never mind that. Give me his name and address.
I've got it here for you. Here you are.
Okay, thanks, Doc.
I'll drop by again in an hour.
Yeah.
Specialists cost a lot of money.
Uh-huh. Look out.
You got that kind of money?
We got $150. We saved it.
Kid.
Right here. It's gone. It was right here and it's gone.
Look, kid, there was something I wanted to...
Where's that dough? Where is it?
Look, with one thing and another, the station not doing well.
You took it.
I had to pay off some bills. I never thought you'd need it like this.
You took it. Why?
I had debts. You wasn't needing the money when I took it. I was going to put it back soon as I could.
I'm going to kill you. You're her father, but I'm going to kill you.
Kid.
I broke my back for that dough.
You got it by stealing in the first place.
I ain't thinking of that now. All I'm thinking of is her. Oh, you dirty little...
Kid, let go, please. Let go. I didn't mean to let go.
Honey, what are you doing out here?
Alicia, don't let him go.
Kid, he didn't mean anything. He didn't.
Honey, you got to get back to bed.
Please let him alone, kid. Promise me.
All right.
Help me. Help me, darling.
Alicia.
Well, the kid figures the only way he can get money and get it fast is to try the races. So he starts out for Saratoga. But on the way, he learns that Grigsby is still hot to get his hands on him. so the kid does not go to the track. But it seems that same night, a masked bandit holds up an all-night restaurant and gets away with a whole take in the place, which amounts to considerable. And it so happens that the next morning, the kid shows up at his and Alicia's home.
Who's that? Oh, it's you.
Yeah, me. Doc, how is she? I can get her to New York now. What are you looking at me like that for?
Kid,
Doc, she's...
No, not yet. But your baby. I'm sorry.
Oh, no.
You better go into her. You've still got a little time.
Sleeping, honey?
Kid? Kid, is that you?
It's me.
I've been waiting for you, kid. Just waiting.
I got a little delayed. But I got the money, baby.
Baby.
Oh, no, don't, honey. Please don't. Look, you're going to be okay.
Promise me something.
Sure, anything.
Will you take care of Dad?
We'll both do it, baby. Both of us.
He's not bad. He just doesn't think. Take care of him.
All right.
I'm sorry, kid. I'm sorry.
Sure.
I'd better go in now.
You don't have to, Doc.
Oh, I'm sorry. If we could have taken her to New York 12 hours ago. Just 12 hours.
12 hours. I was busy 12 hours ago. Getting some money.
Oh. Well, I'll be going. Oh, by the way, there's someone on the porch to see you.
Me?
Yes. Come on, I'll walk out with you.
I don't want to see anybody.
I think you'd better come.
Thanks, Doc.
It's all right, Sheriff. Goodbye, kid. Goodbye, Sheriff.
Kid, I've got to ask you some questions about last night.
12 hours ago.
That's right. We found this spigot wrapped in tin foil. Looks mighty like a gun.
Yeah, it does.
Somebody used it to hold up an all-night restaurant a good piece from here.
Uh-huh.
And that somebody was a man who took a lemon drop from his pocket and ate it while he was doing the hold-up.
Know why the guy did it?
I think so. But the law is funny that way. It don't ask a man's reasons lots of times, kid. It just goes ahead and does its duty. Guess we better go, kid.
So the kid is sent to Auburn to do 2 years. And all the while he's there, he sends money to Alicia's father. Money he gets by selling knickknacks to visitors. And then he gets out. And his hair is kind of splashed with gray. And there are lines on his face. Now, this is still not the end of the story. The payoff is big. And I will tell you about it in a minute. One night we are sitting in Mindy's. The kid is with us. He is out of Auburn maybe 3 days. He does not talk much, just sits there. And then there is a commotion, and the scene is as follows.
There he is. There he is at last. That's the man.
Kid, look, Grigsby.
Yeah, I see him.
Beat it, kid, beat it.
What for?
Ah, there you are. There you are. I finally chased you down.
Congratulations.
It took me a long time, but I swore I'd find you. You see, I'm walking. I'm no longer in my wheelchair. Well, what do you say to that?
Again, congratulations.
To you, too. I'm giving you a check for $4,900. I offered $5,000 to anyone who could get me out of that chair. Lemon drops. Bah! I forgot all about my arthritis. Oh, my doctor said it was they who did it, but I know better. Oh, you made me so furious that I got up and ran, and I haven't been in that... Well, what's the matter with you?
You were in Saratoga maybe 2 years ago?
Yes, why?
I could have had this check then.
Yes, it's minus the 100 you cheated me out of, but there it is. It's a good joke, isn't it?
Yeah, great. Look, if I put my name on this check...
Endorse it?
That's it. If I do that, can I send it to anyone and could he cash it?
Well, the check's as good as gold, young man.
Okay, I'll endorse it. You send it to a man named Henry Deering, Gibbsville, New York.
Kid, what is this you're doing?
Keeping a promise, Broadway. Always do that. It's better for everybody.
Where are you going?
I am out of lemon drops, Broadway. All out.
And so ends the famous Damon Runyon story, The Lemon Drop Kid. Listen in again next week to... The Damon Runyon Theater. The Damon Runyon Theater, with John Brown as Broadway, is directed by Richard Sandville and the stories adapted for radio by Russell Hughes. This is a Mayfair production.
Calling all detectives. Putting prizes in merchandise packages is an old stunt. But when the prizes are precious jewels, that's a new wrinkle. That is the situation on this page from my casebook. The casebook of Jerry Browning, private detective. Let me, Jerry Browning, private detective, tell you about my sweetest case. The box of candy came by parcel post. I opened it, found a plain white card simply signed Joe. But I didn't know any Joe, so I examined the wrappings. The label was neatly typed with my name, my office address, and bore the imprint of the Best Ever Candy Company. Well, a private detective can't be too careful, so... Cliff, I'd like you to do a chemical analysis for me. Right, Jerry. What's the matter? Somebody feeding one of your clients pie a la arsenic? I'm the client. I'd like to know if there's any hanky-panky with these chocolates. Cliff grinned, took the candy, and went to work. Colloidal test. Check. Precipitate. Check. Milk solids. Dextrose. Vanillin. Vegetable oil. This stuff is chocolate candy, Jerry. With nothing added, huh? Not in the pieces I checked. Well, let's do one more sample on one of these buttercreams. Cliff cut into it, but not all the way. He couldn't. The center resisted his knife. He poked into it, fished out something the size of a small pebble, washed off the cream covering the stone. Hey, this kind of poison I wouldn't mind getting. Jerry, whoever sent you the candy forgot to mention they put real diamonds in the buttercreams. When I had a mysterious gift of candy analyzed, I learned that one of the pieces contained a valuable diamond. The clerk in the Best Ever Candy shop had to leaf through a stack of back orders to find the one with my name in it. It had been placed a week and a half before, and the name of the sender was Justin O. Everett. Did you send me a box of Best Ever Candy? Why, sure, Browning. Just a little extra thanks for the way you uncovered those missing bonds. Well, thanks, but how did the name Joe get on the card, Mr. Everett? I phoned that order in, gave him the message, and said to sign it J-O-E, my initials. A phone order, huh? And you never saw the candy? No, of course not. I've got a charge account with Best Ever. Oh. Well, thanks again, Mr. Everett, and so long. I drove back to the Best Ever Candy Company, but this time I headed for the factory. In the president's office, Mr. Archer, I have reason to believe your company is in for serious trouble.
Trouble? You don't know the half of it, Browning. Look at these telegrams and letters. The people of this city are insane.
Archer pointed to his littered desk.
Claim they found glass in our product. One guy, an actor, broke a tooth. He wants $100,000 in damages. I tell you, the world's crazy.
Not so crazy, Mr. Archer. Your buttercreams were loaded with diamonds.
Ridiculous. We manufacture under a AA sanitary rating. Our chocolate is imported from... Did you say diamonds?
Yeah. Somebody added an extra ingredient to your buttercreams. Diamonds. Archer gulped.
Mr. Browning, you're a detective. Please find out who's responsible for this outrage.
I took the case straight to the police. Missing diamonds? Sure, we're on the lookout for a flock of them. A week ago, Thursday night, Conway and Larkin, the wholesale jewelers, was busted into. Thief got away with a bunch of unsorted stones. A burglar alarm went off all right. Our boys chased the guy, but he got away. Did anyone get a look at him? Nope. All we know is that he was a young guy. Must have been. He jumped a high fence, lost us in the vicinity of Troop and Commerce Streets. We threw a cordon around the whole district, but the guy must have slipped through. Thanks, Sarge. I may have something for you real soon. Driving back to the factory, I knew I had 3 leads, all pointing in the same direction. 1, the best ever candy factory was at the intersection of Troop and Commerce Streets. 2, when somebody's being pursued, he reverts to animal, holes in at the place he knows. 3, anyone who didn't belong in the factory would stick out like the proverbial sore thumb. Conclusion? The diamond thief was an employee of the best ever candy factory. Are these big vats, are they always filled like this with batches of caramel and cream? That's right, sir. I'm an inspector here. Ted Bowen's my name. I can tell you all about the mix. You see, these machines operate by centrifugal force, and they... I had to hold still for Bowen's lecture on candy mix and making. And what it yielded was exactly what I'd already figured out. The panicky thief had flung the diamonds into a vat of buttercream filling. The automatic machinery had fed cream and stones to the dippers, and the finished product had gone all over town. I checked with the company's personnel manager. We have 200 employees, Mr. Browning. Women workers? 60%. 60% of 200 left 80 men as possible suspects. Of this group, half worked the night shift. On the night in question, Mr. Browning, there was no absenteeism. Okay. So if 40 men were on the job the night of the robbery, then 40 others from the day shift were on the loose. Once I figured out who the guilty man was, I'd be sure to find somebody who'd remember seeing him in the plant that night. So I started reasoning. 28 men of the day shift were office workers. I eliminated them, since any one of them showing up at night would have been instantly noticed. 28 from 40 leaves 12. Of these 12, I canceled out another 7. Elderly men without the strength or agility to vault high fences and outrun cops. That narrowed the field to 5 men. Bob Smith, Cy Johnson, Wally Murdoch, Harry Mooney, and Ted Bowen. I got their stories for the evening of the robbery, checked alibis. Every alibi checked. I was fresh out of suspects and fresh out of reasoning. The next evening, I was back at the candy factory, ready with some nice new reasoning. Namely, that one of the men on the night shift was guilty. Somebody who had managed to leave his job long enough to pull the robbery and get back without being missed. It wasn't much of a theory, but it was the best I could manage at that point. Ted Bowen, the inspector, came over to me. Hello, Mr. Browning. What brings you back here? Something I can't seem to figure out, Ted. How a man could leave a machine for an hour or more without being missed. Well, that's impossible, Mr. Browning. I nodded. Yeah, I guess it... Ted, aren't you on the day shift? Why, yes, but when a new batch is being mixed late in the day, I have to stay over and see it through. Doesn't happen very often. I stepped up to him. Bowen, I'll bet it happened a week ago Thursday. The night a jeweler was robbed. You did that job, and the reason nobody here noticed anything strange was because they're used to seeing you on both shifts. The only person in the plant who can come and go day or night without being questioned. Tried to make a break for the door, but I was expecting that. Yep. He was guilty, of course, though he didn't admit it until his thumbprint matched up with the one print the cops had found. He thought the robbery would be a cinch. And when it proved far from that, he lost his head, ducked back to the plant, and got rid of the loot in the vat of candy mix. Like I said, crime may look as easy as taking candy from a kid. But don't be fooled. A crook always turns out to be the all-day sucker.
Good evening. The makers of the new Rinso bring you the Amos and Andy Show with their guest tonight, Chester Morris. Our story tonight opens in a cheap hotel in downtown New York. Three gangsters, whose only visible means of support is a counterfeiting racket, are desperately in need of a place to operate. They are looking through the classified ad sections of all the New York newspapers.
Do you see anything in that paper yet, Mike?
No, not yet, Muscles. But here's the closest thing I see to what we want.
Yeah? Well, read it.
It says, high-class store with big front display window.
Oh, fine. That's great. We put the printing press right in the window. Now, listen, Dope, what do you think we're making, flapjacks?
Yeah, Mike, that ain't no good for us. We was better off in the last town.
Forget that town, will you? I don't want to even hear that name.
Oh, stop worrying about that, will you? If they ain't found out that you bumped off that guy yet, they ain't never gonna find out.
Drop it, will you?
Hey, Muscles. Here, this one don't sound bad.
Yeah, what is it?
For rent. Large room and basement, private entrance, respectable neighborhood, reasonable rent. And get this, suitable for workshop.
Yeah, that sounds all right.
Apply Mystic Knights of the Sea Lodge Hall. Here's the address and phone number. It's up in Harlem.
Yeah? Well, that might be just the place. You two fellas go up and take a look at it. And if it's any good, grab it.
Well, gentlemen, I can tell you, if you're going to use this for job printing or making letterheads and stuff, we can take all the old furniture out of this room and these benches and stuff, and it's going to look a lot better than it do now.
How much dough do you want for it?
Yeah, sir. Now, the money, yeah, sir. About a month, we was figuring on $75.
$75?
That's just our dickering price. That's all it is, yeah, sir. I tell you the truth, our committee, you see, we has got a committee in charge of renting, and that committee feels, and we agrees with them, and we voted on it and passed it, that $60 would be a fair price.
$60?
Well, we gonna get rid of that committee. They ain't no good, no, sir. We got a $50 committee upstairs that's got more sense than all the other committees put together. And if you was $50 minded, mister, you got a deal.
What do you say, Mike?
Okay, it's a deal.
Oh, yeah, sir. And you'll never regret it. And another thing, mister, your printing press will be the only one in the neighborhood. You ought to make a lot of money down here.
That's exactly what we're gonna do.
And I ain't never seen you like you is in my life before. Amos, I has done had the love bug to nip me, but this time he done shoot me to pieces. You really in love with this gal Caroline, ain't you? Oh, I gonna tell you something, Amos. This is the first time in my life that I really want to marry a gal. Oh, I was crazy about her. I believe you is. I can tell the way you acting that you is serious, all right? Yeah, I'd marry her tomorrow, Amos. The only thing is, I don't think I'm good enough for her. Oh, where did you get that idea, Andy? From her mother. Yes, sir. She say she don't want me to call up her daughter no more, and I can't see her no more or nothing. She say I ain't good enough for her. Yeah, well, I guess she wants Caroline to marry somebody that's got a lot of money and all that stuff. Well, she told me this. She say that I can't support her daughter in the manner that she would like to become accustomed to. Tell me this, how does Caroline feel about you? Well, I get along with her all right. It's that mother. Boy, she beats me down every chance she gets. Balls me out.
Yeah, that's too bad, Andy.
Oh, Amos, I tell you.
Well, hello there, boys. How is you?
Hiya, Kingfish.
Got some great news for you. I done rented the room in the basement.
Oh, you did, huh?
Rented it to a couple of fellas that's in the printing business.
Oh, gee, that's a swell job you done.
Oh, I knowed you boys would say that, 'cause I really did work. I really did manipulate them fellas around. Yeah, say, Andy, I don't hear you saying nothing about it.
Yeah.
Oh, what's the matter with you? Ain't you happy about what I done?
Sure, yeah, I was happy, sure.
Listen, Kingfish, Andy's in love. He got his mind on this gal, Caroline.
Still crazy about her, huh? How you getting along?
He ain't doing so good.
What's the matter, Andy?
Oh, it's her mother. Kingfish, you know all that stuff that people make up about mother-in-laws?
Yeah.
They ain't making it up.
Well, that's got it, Mike.
Yeah. That looks like the real McCoy, Lou. Look at that bill.
Yeah.
Well, they can't make him any better than that in the government mint. All right, put those in the box with the other ones. Let's see, that makes an even 10,000, don't it?
Right. You know, Mike, if anybody had told me 2 days ago that we'd have the press set up and a job done by the day, I'd have told them they was out of their heads.
Well, when Muscle says he wants something done, we gotta get it done, or think of a good reason why not.
Yeah, and don't forget the boss is coming here late this afternoon, too.
Yeah. You got all the dough in the box there, huh?
Yeah.
Okay, put it in back of the press.
Okay. Hey, what happens now, huh?
Well, we gotta go over to Brooklyn and get that $10 plate from Slats, and then we gotta meet the boss back here at 5 o'clock.
Right. We all set here now?
Hey, take it easy.
Yeah, who is it?
It's Mr. Brown from upstairs in the lodge.
Is everything put away?
Yeah, we're all right.
Excuse me, but...
Wait a minute, buddy. What's on your mind?
Well, the Kingfish told me that you was doing job printing down here, and I was wondering if you could print a card up for me.
Print up a card?
Yes, could you print me something on a card like this, say, all my love to my darling Caroline from Andy?
Well, that sort of printing ain't exactly in our line, buddy. Besides that, we're going to close up now for a while. We got to get over to Brooklyn.
Yeah, well, you see, mister, I sent a box of candy to my gal, and I thought it might be kind of nice if I printed something and then pasted it on the box.
Just ain't got time. Sorry, bud.
I'm sure glad you kept one of the keys to that new lock on the door in this room, Kingfish.
Yeah, now you sure that them fellas ain't gonna be mad with us for coming in here and using this printing press?
Oh, no, they ain't even gonna know it. Now, here's the press.
Yeah, you think we can figure out how to work the thing, Andy?
Yeah, wait a minute. Here, Kingfish, I don't want to get this box of candy dirty. Lay it over there, will you?
Yeah, I'll lay the candy up here on the shelf.
Ain't nothing but green ink around here.
They must be working on St. Patrick's Day cards.
Yeah, I don't see no type, no paper. They must do printing without words in it. This is a fine printing business.
Listen, Andy, let's get out of here, will you? Why don't you write your own card? That'll be the thing to do.
Yeah, I'll do that. Might give it the personal touch.
Did you want to see me, Miss Andy?
Yeah, Lightning. I want you to go over and take this box of candy to my gal and wait a minute. What did I do with that box of candy now?
You got a box of candy for your gal?
Yeah, what did I do with it? I had it here. Oh, me. Oh, I know what it is. Yeah, I know. Listen, Lightning, you know that room downstairs in the basement that we rented to the printers?
Yeah, sir.
I left the box of candy down there. Get the key to that room from the Kingfish. Go down there and get the box. And then, you know where Caroline lives, don't you?
Yeah, sir, I know.
Well, take the box over there and give it to her with all my love and affection. And give her this card that I done writ up with it.
All right, Miss Andy, I'll do that.
I'll get it, Caroline.
All right, Mother.
Is Mrs. Caroline in?
What is it you want?
I got a box here that Mr. Andrew Brown sends over here to Miss Caroline with all his love and affection.
Well, you can leave the box, but Caroline ain't accepting no love and affection from Andy Brown.
Yes, ma'am. Well, I just doing what he told me to do. Here he is, and here's the card that goes with it. I gotta run along now.
Oh, what was it, Mother?
A box from that Andy Brown. Don't he ever get discouraged?
Oh, let me see what's in it.
Probably ain't worth even opening. What can you expect from a loafer like that? Ain't never had enough money to take you on nothing but walking dates for the last 2 weeks. Of all the men that you ever gone out with, he is the biggest bum of them all.
Mother, look. Money. Money. $20 bills. Hundreds of them.
Why, Caroline. Why, there must be thousands of dollars there. Why, the dear boy.
And it's all for me.
Yeah, with his love and affection. Now, he probably didn't spend nothing on you up to now because he didn't want you to know that he had money. And he wanted you to love him for himself. Now, I've always said he was a fine, upstanding man. I'm going to call him right now.
Let's count the money first. Oh, look what it says on the card. If you like this, I'll send you £5 next week.
Caroline, you got to be real sweet to him. Any man that gives away money by the pound must be awful rich.
And her mother opened the door, huh, Lightning?
Yes, sir, Miss Andy.
Yeah, what'd she say?
She said that I was to take back the love and affection and leave the box.
Her mother sure hates me, all right.
Yeah, well, Miss Andy, that's too bad.
Wait a minute. Hello?
Hello, Andy?
Yeah, this is Andy.
Well, this is Mom.
Who?
Mom, Miss Waters, Caroline's mother.
How is you, Miss Waters?
I'm fine. How's you, son?
Well, I'm fine, I guess.
Andy, I can't tell you how sweet it was of you to send that box over here.
That's nothing. Just a trifle. I'm going to send even a bigger box next week.
A woman couldn't want a nicer son-in-law for her daughter. How big a box?
I'm liable to send you £5.
Oh, you darling boy.
Miss Waters, I wonder if I could speak to Caroline, please.
Why, Caroline gone shopping, and she gonna stop by and thank you later.
Oh, okay, Miss Waters.
Goodbye, son. Phone me anytime you're lonesome. And, Sonny, I always want you to call me Mom.
All right, Mom. Goodbye. You know something, Lightning?
Yeah, sir.
My gal and her mama is so crazy about candy.
You remember Andy sent his girl Caroline a box of candy and made a big hit with it. Meantime, we now find the gangsters, Lou and Mike, are concerned about a box, too.
Hey, Mike, I can't figure the thing out. You saw me put the dough down behind the printing press when we left this morning. It was in a box.
Yeah, it's got me stumped, too. But we better find out what it's all about before Muscles gets here, and he's due here any minute.
Hey, Mike, this box of candy wasn't here when we left.
Box of candy?
Yeah.
Say, wait a minute. Wait a minute. That guy that was in here about printing the card. Yeah.
Wait a minute. Yeah, who is it?
It's Morris. Open up.
Oh, it's Muscles.
Oh, hiya, Muscles.
Hello, Muscles.
Well, you got it ready?
Look, boss, look. Something happened.
Yeah? What?
Well, it ain't our fault. We had the 10 grand all printed up. We went over to Brooklyn, and when we come back, it was gone.
It was, huh?
Yeah, boss.
Well, you better get it back.
Well, we was just figuring...
I said get it back.
Well, it ain't our fault because... Oh.
I don't like no arguments. Mike, who do you think took it?
Well, Muscles, look, we had the dough in a box, and we put it down in back of the printing press.
Yeah?
The box is gone now, but we found this box of candy on the shelf there. One of those fellas from the lodge upstairs come down this morning and wanted us to print some card for his girl to stick on a box of candy. That's all I know, Muscles.
Well, give me the box of candy. I'm going upstairs and see him.
Yeah, Kingfish, I showed a head man with my gal and her mama.
Yeah, even the mama likes you now, huh?
Oh, the old gal is crazy about me. Wait a minute, I'll answer that. Hello.
Hello, Andy.
Who's this?
This is Caroline.
Hello. I love you, baby.
Andy, you know when you sent me over the $10,000 this morning?
What is that again, darling?
Listen, Andy, you know when you sent me over the $10,000?
Excuse me a minute here, honey. My ear been giving me a little trouble here lately. When I sent you the what?
Andy, you remember, you sent me over the $10,000.
What number did you call?
Andy, will you listen to me, please?
$10,000.
Count me in on the deal, partner, dear.
Andy, do you know that the money you sent me is counterfeit?
You say the money is counterfeit?
I ain't in this mess with you now, Andy.
Hello? Andy?
Wait a minute. Caroline, is this you?
Yes, this is Caroline Waters.
Well, Caroline, explain to me more what you're talking about, will you?
Andy, I went to a store with some of that money you sent over to me in the box, and I paid for a dress with a couple of the $10 bills, and they gave them right back to me. They said it was counterfeit, and I was so scared I run right out of the store.
Well, wait a minute. What box is you talking about?
Well, you know, the box you had Lightning bring over this morning.
I sent you candy. Kingfish, get Lightning for me right quick. He's out in the hall. Hello.
Andy, you didn't send me candy. You sent me $10,000 in $20 bills.
Hold the phone.
Here you is, Andy.
Yes, Miss Andy.
Listen, Lightning, I want to ask you something. Where did you get the box of candy from that you took over to Caroline?
Well, Miss Andy, I looked all around the room in the basement where you told me, and I found it kind of on the floor behind the printing press.
Wait a minute here. I put the box of candy up on a high shelf.
Uh-oh. You know something, boys? Them fellas downstairs is counterfeiters.
Let's get out of here.
Yes, I see y'all
later. Wait a minute here. Hold on. Kingfish, come here. Wait a minute. Hello, Caroline. I'm going to call the police. Goodbye.
I got to run along, Andy. I just remembered my wife wanted me to come home early today.
Wait a minute now. Don't leave me here, Kingfish. I got to call the police.
Yeah.
Oh, me. What do you think we ought to do, Kingfish? We is in trouble.
Wait a minute. The first thing you got to do is to get that wee stuff out of it. I ain't had nothing to do with this, you know.
This is the 25th Precinct. Captain Sanders speaking.
This is Andrew Brown over at the Mississippi Knights of the Sea Lodge Hall.
Yeah.
I think we got some counterfeiters down the basement here, mister.
Counterfeiters? How long they been there?
About 2 days.
Say, are they making $20 bills in a hand press?
Yeah, sir, that's exactly what they're doing.
That sounds like Muscles Morris and his gang. Well, counterfeiting comes under the Secret Service. We'll notify them right away.
Yeah, sir.
Say, you can do us a great service. If you see these men, stall them until the government men get there.
Yeah, sir.
Let me warn you, though, that this Morris is a killer. He's wanted now for killing a man, so don't take any chances.
No, sir. Goodbye.
What did he say, Andy?
Oh, me. He say the head of this gang is a fella by the name of Muscles Morris, and he's a killer.
I tell you, Andy, I got to get right home to my wife. She's expecting me.
Wait a minute. Listen, the police asked us to help them and have stalled these fellas till the government men get here. You got to stay here and help me, Kingfish. Go out and see if you can find some of the brothers or a gun or something, will you?
All right, Andy, I'll do it. I'll scout around.
Yeah, well, close the door after you now as you go out there, will you?
Pardon me, mister. Do you know where I can get a gun someplace?
Yeah, I might. What do you want with a gun?
Well, you see, mister, there's a killer loose in the place here, and we want some protection. Do you know where we can get a gun?
Yeah. Yeah, I've got one right here.
Oh, mister, you was a lifesaver. It's a lucky thing I run into you. Let me have the gun, will you?
The gun stays with me.
Yes, I just want to borrow it. Where's you going to be in an hour? I'll bring it back to you.
I tell you, the gun stays with me.
Look, mister, I don't want to get tough with you. Now, is you going to give me that gun, or is I going to have to take it away from you?
Now, listen, I'm the only one who handles this little gun.
Hey, watch out. Don't flip that gun around like that. Liable to go off here. You get arrested for disturbing the peace. Don't do that with that thing.
Is that your office where you just came out of?
Yeah, sir, that's my office.
That's your office, huh? Well, I'll tell you what I'm going to do. I'll go in there and sit with you till the killer shows up, if that'll make you feel safer.
Yeah, sir, well, that sounds fair enough. I know I feel much more comfortable that way, and so will my friend, Mr. Brown. Andy, we got nothing to worry about. Now, just take it easy, Andy. I found this man here with a gun.
Oh, that's great. That's great. My name is Brown. You see, mister, there's a killer loose here in the building, and naturally we're a little nervous. Have a chair there.
Thanks, Brown. I wouldn't be too nervous about it, boys. Here, have a piece of candy.
Mister, where'd you get that at?
I found it. It was left by mistake.
I think I'll be running along now, Andy.
Sit down. Did you hear me? I said sit down.
Yeah, sir. Thank you, sir.
Ain't you gonna have a piece of candy, fellas?
No, sir. No, sir. I never touch it.
No, sir. I don't want none neither, mister. Hate the stuff. I ain't seen a box of candy for 10 years.
12 years for me.
You know, it's a funny thing, Brown. I had an idea your girl liked candy.
No, I tell you, mister, she hates it.
Well, it sure looked like good candy, though.
Yeah, it ought to be good. It cost me $10,000.
Yeah, well, them chocolate-covered chairs run into a lot of money, all right.
Now, look, boys, now that we've become acquainted, where's the box with the moo in it?
Moo?
Yeah, the moo, the money, the dough.
We ain't got the slightest idea what you're talking about. If we does get an idea, we'll get in touch with you, though. See you again sometime.
Sit down.
Yeah, sir. Yeah, sir. Yeah.
Now, where's the money?
The money?
Answer that and be careful what you say. I mean it.
Yeah, sir. Hello.
Hello? This is the Secret Service agents.
Oh, yes, sir, yeah.
Yeah, who's that on the phone?
Hold the phone. It's a girlfriend of mine, mister.
Yeah, well, make it short, Brown, and be careful what you say.
Yes, I will. Hello. Now, what was you saying, sweetheart, darling?
Hey, listen, who do you think you're talking to?
Well, listen, I is busy right now, angel baby.
Say, what's the matter with you? Are you out of your head?
Well, you see, honey, I got company now.
Come on, make it snappy. Give her a quick brush.
Hello? Hey, what difference does it make if you... Hey, wait a minute. You can't talk, is that it?
That's right, sweetheart.
Well, the police called us up and told us there was some counterfeiters working up at your place. Are they there now?
Yes, honey.
In your office?
That's right, sugar.
Come on. That's enough of that, Bud. Cut it out.
Now, look, we'll be over in 2 minutes. Stall around and keep them there till we can get there.
Well, listen, honey, tell that to the Kingfish, what'd you just say, will you? Here, Kingfish.
Hello?
This is the Secret Service agents. We'll be there in 2 minutes. Now, stall around and keep those men there till we can get there.
Okay, darling. Goodbye. I love her, too.
I'm going to give you exactly 1 minute to tell me where the money is.
Could you make exactly 2 minutes?
So you don't know nothing about that money, huh? I'm talking to both of you.
No, sir.
You don't, huh? Then why are you shaking?
Well, because we always shake at this time of the year.
Yeah, sir. We is vibrating with health here. That's what it is.
We'll tell you everything if you just give us about a minute to pull ourselves together here.
Say, listen, are you guys stalling me? Say, Hey, tell me something. That dame on the telephone a minute ago. Now, both of you, what's her name? Quick.
Caroline.
Hazel.
Yeah, Hazel.
I mean Caroline. That's all, boys. You got just 30 seconds to talk or else.
Well, Mr. DeMoney, you see, let me explain the whole thing to you.
All right, stick him up. Is this the man?
Yeah, sir, that's him right there, mister.
All right, put the cuffs on him.
All right.
Yes, I think there are 2 more of them down in the basement, mister.
Okay, you stay here, Frank.
Right.
Come with me, Joe.
You policemen just got here in the nick of time.
Yeah, this guy was going to kill us.
Now, listen, Brown, let me tell you something.
Sit down. So, Amos, that's the whole story. I finally got him down on the floor. I took his gun away from him. Then I pinned his shoulders down and held him with one hand till the cops come. Oh, it's the closest I'd ever come to getting shot.
Andy, I ain't never heard of nothing like that.
Oh, hand me that phone.
I'll bet you were scared.
I'm so glad it's over, Amos. Now I can unlax and be myself.
Yeah, I know, Andy.
Oh, I was a hero, Amos. I stalled that gunman. Oh, I'm proud of myself. And I know somebody else is going to be proud of me, too.
Yeah, I know you is, Andy.
Hello?
Hello, Mom.
Don't you mom me, you big bum.
Men, are you as handsome as Charles Boyer? Are you as charming? Well, that's the problem George Burns faces next Tuesday night when his wife Gracie stands George and Charles Boyer side by side and takes a good look at each. Be sure to tune in George Burns and Gracie Allen next Tuesday night when they'll have as their guest Charles Boyer. Consult your newspaper for time and station. And be sure to join us again next Friday night at this same time for the Amos and Andy Show, at which time the boys will have as their guest Chester Morris. Thanks to Donald Meek for being with us tonight. Our program is shortwave to our armed forces overseas. This is Harlow Wilcox speaking for all of us, bidding all of you a pleasant good night.
Does your cigarette taste different lately?
Not if you smoke Raleig's. They're blended with fully aged pre-war tobaccos.
The Raleigh cigarette program from Hollywood, starring Red Skelton, with Ozzie Nelson, his orchestra, Harriet Hilliard, B. Benaderet, Dick Ryan, Ferdinand Munier, and yours truly, Frank Nelson.
And now, Raleigh's own historical review. Scene: a sun-scorched veldt, deep in the heart of darkest Africa. A lone white man with steps slow and uncertain makes his way to a rude native hut, partly hidden by jungle fringe. Quietly, he addresses the bearded figure frowning at him from the doorway. Dr. Livingston, I presume? A tenth-second silence, then the reply, yes. And say,
does your cigarette taste different lately?
Well, perhaps the taste change in cigarettes didn't actually furnish a topic for conversation there in Africa, but you certainly do hear smokers grousing about it today. But not Raleigh smokers, no indeed. There's no wartime loss of taste or quality in Raleigh's because Raleigh's are still blended with choice field-ripened tobaccos. Now, fully cured, brought to the very peak of their ripe, mellow best, those lighter, brighter tobaccos bring you a genuine pre-war pleasure smoke, without harsh irritants, without loss of taste.
And now we bring you MGM's popular comedian and the star of our Raleigh cigarette show, Red Skelton.
Just like they do for Hope, you know. Thank you and good evening, ladies and gentlemen. How are you, Frank?
Hello, Red. I'm fine. Say, I see where tire inspecting ends April 20th.
That's right. April the 21st, they start inspecting rims then.
Say, what are you looking so happy about?
Well, a funny thing happened to me. I got my laundry back this week. That's pretty quick. I only sent it out last July, you know. Well, anyhow, instead of sending me the pajamas, they just sent me 2 pajama coats. Did you ever try getting your legs through the sleeve of a pajama coat?
Well, not lately, Red. I still can't see why you're so happy about it. You must look pretty silly with pajama coats on both ends.
Yeah, but I keep thinking about the guy that got the other pants. Say, who do we have with us tonight that plays an important part in our American way of living? Huh?
Well, tonight we have a man with an unusual occupation, a candy dipper.
A candy
Red,
dipper.
meet Mr. Delphin.
Well... Well, how are you, Mr. Delford? I've heard of professional onion peelers and olive stuffers, but what's a candy dipper? Somebody that takes a plunge in the candy business hoping to make a mint?
No, Red. It's a person who dips candy in chocolate syrup.
Don't wait. Just keep right on going. They do what?
They dip candy in chocolate syrup.
Really? I thought those kids that were licking your hands at rehearsal were doing it just because you were a kind-hearted man, you know. Tell me, do you have any troubles making candy?
Well, candy dipping is an art, and it's interesting, too. We're always making different candies for the seasons of the year. Christmas and Valentine's Day, and at Easter, the bunnies had to go to work on chocolate eggs.
Yeah, we're not doing bad here tonight ourselves, are we? Hey, I remember one Easter I put a big chocolate egg into my Paul Parrot's cage. He was asleep at the time. When he woke up, he says, "Boy, somebody put in a hard day to me." Is there anything unusual? That was the writer applauding for that. Are there anything unusual about your candies?
Well, our kitchen has done something to help people find hard centers. Yeah. On each chocolate is a design. We use a H for hard centers and an S for soft centers.
Say, that's wonderful. There's nothing so aggravating as a box half full of eaten chocolates, you know. You ever see people say, "Oh, candy." They don't want that one. Say, just point it out to me. I'll read it here. You know, I used to help decorate colored eggs myself.
You mean you squeezed out the icing to decorate?
No, I was the chef's eraser. See, every time he made a mistake, I licked up the icing. I knew a man who loved his work making candy so much that every time he sneezed, he'd go, "Hershey!" Say, what's it like in a candy kitchen?
Well, everything is snow white, and our hair is completely covered with a close-fitting hat. And each piece of candy has a personal attendant as it goes down the assembly line.
You mean, you learn something every day. It really goes down a lump of sugar and then it comes out a piece of candy. Huh?
That's right.
You learn something new every day, don't you? An assembly line for candy. I can just see it in production. A man runs up with a chart and he says, "Here's the plans for the revision." The man stutters, of course. Guy comes in, he says, "Here are the revised plans for the new combination 4-motored bonbon." Then you quickly start the furnaces and you whip up a batch of chocolate syrup. Then a man on a scale measured off a roll of almonds. And then the Tutti Frutti girl stands by with a magnifying glass to see that you don't get more tutti than fruity. Then it starts down the assembly line. The almond is placed inside the Tutti Frutti. A couple of cherries are riveted on. And then the inspector fires the girl.
What for?
The nut was loose. Then it's handed to you, and you personally dunk it into the chocolate syrup. Then it goes into the freezing room where a woman carefully packs it into a small wax cup. All this work just so somebody can squeeze it to see if it's got a hard center. Say, are you ever tempted to eat candy now and then?
When you first start doing the work, yes.
Really? You know, I used to be a candy salesman.
How interesting.
Yeah, I used to walk in and say, "Now, ladies and gentlemen, it's always customary for a show of this kind to have a confection or a chewing candy. Now, there's a price in each and every pack."
Now I remember. I first saw you in the center aisle of the Burbank Theater.
No. No, I was in the balcony. Rags Raglan was in the center aisle. Well, thanks for dropping in, and if you ever have an extra box of chocolates, look me up, will you?
Hear the music whisper, echoes of romance.
Cuddle on my shoulder,
Hold me while we dance.
It's a moment tender.
Now the spell is cast. Maybe you'll surrender, but you move too fast. Take it easy, take it easy. Don't you know it's more romantic when a dance is slow? Take it easy, take it easy. What's the good of feeling high when all the lights are low? Take it easy, take it easy. We've got lots of time ahead of us, the night is young. Take it easy, take it easy. Don't you know this music should be swayed instead of swung? Take your time, easy and slow. That's what they tell you down in old Mexico. Take it easy, and take it easy. Don't you know it's more romantic when the dance is slow? Take it easy, take it easy. What's the good of feeling high when all the lights are low? Take it easy, take it easy.
You sound very unconvincing as a gigolo.
Take it easy, take it easy.
Boy, that accent really sends me. It's from Kokomo.
Take your time, dance it with ease. Take your time, slow if you please. And now let us look in at the El Puncarino Ballroom, where they're really slicing up the rubs. Here they go.
Take it easy, bud, take it easy.
Come on, get shagging, Maggie. What you got to lose?
Take it easy, Butch, take it easy.
Okay.
You're murdering me corns with them GI shoes. Take it easy.
Come on.
Take it easy.
Are you kidding?
You bought a ticket for a dance and not a wrestling bout. Take it easy. Chum, take it easy.
Okay, Toots.
I am firmly convinced I should have sat this one out. Take your time, easy, my friend. Stop swinging your feet.
Yeah.
Oh, this is the end.
Yeah.
Does your cigarette taste different lately?
Not if you smoke Raleighs. They're blended with fully aged pre-war tobaccos. So remember, if your cigarette tastes different these days, smoke Raleighs for perfect taste.
Now, if we just had Archie here, we could liven up this joint alone. Now we come to our satire on our American way of living, and it's about candy. A guy with a girl and no money is really in trouble, so let's look in on Clem, the fella from the country.
What a beautiful morning. Oh, spring is here. I'm out to get a girl, boy. All I gotta do is take off my hat, let the girl see my hair, and then, boy, they start calling me pet names. Anybody know what a St. Bernard is? There's my old friend, Slim Pickens, over there in his car. There's really a dude. Like the way he wears his mustache. I wonder how he gets it to curl around his ears that way.
Howdy, Mr. Griddlehopper.
Howdy doody to you. What's new, huh?
Well, I see where they're making a picture based on One World, that book that Mr. Wilkie wrote.
Bet nobody up in Wisconsin goes to see it. You ain't seen Daisy June, have you?
Well, yeah, she was just by here looking for you.
Really?
Boy, she sure is skinny, ain't she?
Yep, she's the only girl I know whose shadow outweighs her by 20 pounds.
You know, she ought to eat some candy and put on some weight.
Really?
Her face is too thin and pale.
Well, she can't help that. She's been drying her face in a clothes wringer, you know. Sure wish I knew where she was.
Oh, she'll be back. She heard you had some money.
All I got's a nickel, and I owe 3 cents of that. Hey, I got a date with DJ, too.
Well, just wait till she finds out you're broke. You're gonna be a pretty sad goon.
Oh, I ain't worried. I can get a girl. Don't worry. I ain't half bad. I'm all bad. Hey, here comes a girl. What's her? They like them football types, you know.
Football types?
Yes, sir, boy. Now, don't tell me my head don't look like a football. Watch me. I'll go to work there. Hello, chicken. Going home to roost?
Why, Clem!
Why, did you? What, past that line of dress shops? No, sir, not me.
I won't buy anything. I just want a window shop.
You mean look in windows? Don't be silly. People don't go to bed this time of the day.
I heard you got some money, Clem. Come on, let's walk.
Yeah, okay. I'm anxious to find out how this turns out myself, you know. Hey, there's the candy store. Let's cross to the other side of the street, will you?
Why, not in the middle of the block. It's dangerous.
Really?
I knew a man who crossed in the middle of the block, and 2 months later he had the mumps.
Okay.
Let's walk to the corner.
Well, truthfully, I don't see the connection myself.
Come on, Clem, let's walk.
No, I don't like to walk too much. Waste my shoe leather, you know.
You ain't wearing shoes.
I ain't? Well, no wonder it hurt so bad this morning when I had them half-soled. Come on, let's go back to the corner and cut across.
What's eating you, Clem? You'd think something was going to get you.
Okay, let's walk fast now. I'm in a hurry. I got to get home and put my arm to bed.
Why?
It's going to sleep. It's too fast for her. She didn't get it.
Clem, look. Stop pulling me.
Well, now, I hope you're satisfied tearing my ear like that.
Well, I only want to look in this window.
Oh, look, candy. Say, don't that smell good?
Yes, it does.
You want to stand over here? You can smell it better. Hey, would you like some?
Yes, I would.
I'm afraid of that.
Good morning.
And to you, howdy doody.
Well, don't stand there, Clem. This ain't a waiting room.
Give me a box of bonbons.
Here you are.
Well, now, just a minute. I was here first. I was in here before he was.
It only took me a second to wait on
That
you.
ain't the idea. Well, I've never been so insulted in all my life. I'll take my business elsewhere.
Oh, Clem, don't be so silly.
No, I'm sorry. I'm going to the dime store.
I'm sorry, but I was in a hurry.
Hurry. The candy won't melt, you know. Do I look like the type of guy who'll buy all of it?
Well, truthfully, no. If the lady gets any candy, I imagine she'll have to buy it.
Well, now that does it. That does it. I'll teach you to be rude,
All
brother.
right, Clem, now that's enough.
I'll take care of this guy. I'll hammer him to my size and then beat him to a pulp.
Clem, you ought to be ashamed of yourself, picking on a midget.
Well, he's a king-size midget, though. I'm sorry, Shorty. Come on, I'll show you.
Where are you going, Clem?
Oh, I'm sorry. I thought you went out, too.
All right, what are you going to buy?
How much that little box of candy in the window?
$5.
No, the little one.
$5.
$5. Is there anything left over from St. Patrick's Day? Something that ain't too spoiled to eat yet, just spoiled enough to throw away. You know?
Oh, Clem, don't be a tightwad.
Say, there's something that looks nice.
Sorry, we're all out of them.
You mean them boxes I'm looking at ain't there?
They're empty boxes.
Well, give me one of them. How much are they? How much are they?
Say, that box in the window sure does look good. And I could use the box to keep my sewing in.
Look, folks, I'm rather busy.
Well, make up your mind, Clem.
You like mixed candy?
Yes, I do.
Give me 2 penny gumdrops. Let her mix her up herself, huh? Men are famous for using candy to square themselves with a little woman. So let's look in on Willie Lump Lump, the king of the night owls. Hey, move over, you bum! Move over! You road hog, you!
Hey, what's going on here?
Don't yell at me, officer. I'll come down to the police station and take my picture off the bulletin board.
Oh, it's you, Willie. Now, what are you making all this noise
Oh, that
for?
dope in a big truck blocking the street there. I can't get past him.
Now, look, Willie, this isn't a street. It's a dead-end alley. And that's not a truck, it's a building.
If you hadn't have got here, we might have had a pretty serious collision.
Come on, get out of that car.
Am I in a car?
Sure, what do you think?
I don't know. I thought them pedestrians were coming pretty fast at me.
You better get yourself home, Willie. Just leave your car right here. I'll walk to the door with you.
I'll bet you will.
Look, why don't you go see a psychiatrist?
Why? My vertebrae ain't out of place.
Don't the staying out late bother you?
No, it bothers the neighbors more than it does me, you know.
I still don't see why you don't spend more time at home.
Have you ever seen my wife? She looks like something that went to a funeral and forgot to bury.
Why, she's a sweet, kind woman who thinks the world of you.
I'm talking about my wife. Who are you talking about? I got her a present. Would you like to see it?
Good heavens, man. Put that away. You shouldn't flash stuff like that around.
Yeah, well,
you're liable to get hit on the head.
Yeah, well, you're a nice guy. Here, you can have it. Go ahead.
But that ain't money or diamonds. That's an O. Henry bar.
A cellophane wrapper, too.
No kidding. Where'd you get it?
A soldier. I gave him my wristwatch for it. You know. You know, he says in their PX they got all kinds of candy. Of course, I think he's been in that desert heat a little too long.
I don't know. I hear they have plenty of butter and meat.
Yeah, I saw 2 mess sergeants paying their way into the Palladium with a pork chop, you know.
Yeah? Well, Willie, here you are.
Well, I gotta go now. I'll brace myself to meet my ever-loving wife, see her beaming face, her beaming smile. She's a little off the beam tonight.
Come in, Willie.
You ain't gonna throw me out again, are you?
What's the matter, scared? I thought you said you didn't know the meaning of the word fear.
Well, I looked it up. Now, take it easy, will you?
Willie, I can't stand it any longer. You'll have to find a place for my mother to live so I can go home to her.
Well, why can't she go home to her mother?
Because her mother's gone home to her mother.
I'll stop if you will.
You don't appreciate me.
Yes,
I scrub for you and slave over a hot stove for you, and what do I
Oh,
get?
probably 1,000,000 letters tomorrow from people asking you to be their maid, you know.
You don't appreciate me. I'm dirt under your feet.
Oh, I wouldn't.
I'm just your slave. I'm just a boy and a girl that can't.
Oh, shut up!
That's right, yell at me. And after all I've done for you, after all I've gone through for you, after I've given you the best years of my life. Well, say something.
Were those your best years?
Why, you...
Now, don't start yelling here. I brought you a present.
Oh, Willie, you shouldn't have. What is it?
I heard you say you like chocolate things.
Yeah.
I brought you a box to keep them in.
Oh, you shouldn't.
Oh, it's all right. I want it on a punch board.
Why, you cheap...
Put me down, where?
I'll put you down. I'll throw you out of the window on your head.
Oh, no, you won't.
Oh, yes, I will.
Oh, no, you won't. You won't throw anybody out on their head. Now, you see, wise guy, it didn't land on my head, did I?
Smokers, does your cigarette have taste jitters up in the harsh hot zone 1 pack, down in the flat, flavorless field the next? Not if you smoke Rawleys, and here's why. There's no wartime loss in the taste or quality of Rawleys for the good reason that Rawleys are still blended with choice, fully aged tobaccos. Now, at their mellow, flavorful best, those lighter, brighter tobaccos assure you a genuine pre-war pleasure smoke with every puff. Smooth as always. Mild as always. Better Rawleys stay factory fresh longer, too. They're doubly protected by the best moisture-retaining agent known, and flavor-sealed in Rawleys exclusive inner wrapper. A pack of Rawleys means a pleasure-perfect smoke. A carton means extra economy and convenience. For the best in smoking, get Better Rawleys, the cigarette of fully aged, fully mellowed tobaccos.
Children like candy and things that are sweet. So, Harriet, you be my mother, and I'll be the mean widow care. I sugar boy, I gonna get it, I gonna get it.
Oh, brother, now I really gonna get it.
Junior, what happened?
You know that big meat platter?
Yes?
I just made a hamburger out of it.
Junior, what are you doing in that cupboard? Are you in my sugar bowl
No,
again?
not all of me. Just me face. Just me face.
Junior, how many times have I told you? You can't eat plain sugar.
Well, could I have a widow if I put ketchup on it?
Now, you listen to me. If I catch you swiping sugar...
I didn't swipe, honey. So help me. Cross me fingers there and swipe, honey. You know, I just smooth out the top of it, you know. Some stick on me hand, I lick it off.
Listen, if you want something sweet, ask for some candy.
Okay, can I have some candy?
No.
Yeah. I don't see your point, truthfully. Hey, Mummy, you always promised to give me a dime for candy, but I never see it, you know.
When did I promise you a dime?
Last night when you were talking in your sleep.
Well, I must have been delirious.
Well, tonight I'm going to take a checkbook to bed with me, but...
Junior, have you been a good boy today?
Yes, I have. Of course, the day's still young, you know. What's cooking in your widow head, kiddo?
Well, your father's home.
Oh, so that's what you was dragging upstairs last night.
Junior, you didn't hear anything.
Yes, I did. Of course, I didn't know it was me pop. It sounded like he was dragging a bobsled with rubber boots tied on it.
Well, let's not discuss your father anymore.
It is kind of disgusting, ain't it?
When he wakes up, I'll have him give you a nickel for some jelly beans.
Jelly beans? You mean them little red and green candy? Licorice and gumdrop?
Yes.
With a hard and soft inner?
Yes.
Don't like them.
Young man, you're getting just a little too fresh.
Well, you gotta admit, I'm a pretty clever kid, though. Only this morning I made a few new improvements on me secret weapon I'm building with me chemistry set, you know.
What did you do?
Well, next time Pop turns on the radio, the whole front room's gonna move out on it.
Oh, Junior, you're kidding.
You just keep laughing, that's all.
Before I forget it, who nailed your father's shoes to the floor?
Oh, well, now, that didn't hurt nobody but Pop, you know. Even you laugh at that, you know.
Does he had an awful time trying to stand up?
Yeah, he looked like a totem pole in the wind, didn't he?
Come on, jump down off that cupboard. I'll catch you.
Okay.
Oh, wait till I turn around.
No.
Well, don't lay there. Get up so I can see if you scratch the floor.
I can't get up. I got a Charlie pony.
You mean you got a Charlie horse?
No, this is just a widow cramp, you know. Hey, can I ride me tricycle outside if I promise to get it back in time for Pop to ride to work?
Well, all right, but don't ride down that steep hill. You might crash into a wall, and tricycles are hard to get nowadays.
Yes, or somebody at the door,
Junior, peek through the window first. It may be a bill collector.
Oh, it's that last of the big parade from next door there.
Junior, will you stop referring to Mr. Mounier as being fat?
All right, then. He's not fat. He's just badly swollen, you know. When he gets here, I'm going to ride my tricycle around him just once, you know. That'll take about an hour, you know.
Junior, well, open the door.
No, he only wants me to run an errand for him, you know.
Junior, he's been very good to you.
No.
Gives you a nickel every other day for candy.
Yeah, and then he looks in the bag and says, let's see what you bought, kiddo. And then them big lunch hooks wrapped around it.
Oh, tell him not to eat it.
No, and then I wouldn't even give me a nickel for the candy, you know. You know, someday I'm going to get $10 and get a jawbreaker.
Jawbreakers are a penny.
Not the kind I mean. These are brass and you wear them on your knuckles.
Junior, will you open the door for him?
Okay.
Well, Junior, hello.
You big fat Where you been? Down at the service station getting your tummy pumped up? Huh?
Oh, no, just getting a little sun and air.
Yeah, brother, yes, you need it, do you? Big old... Hey, put your hat on, will you? That sun shining on your bald head and the lights glaring in me eyes.
Junior, you shouldn't say things like that about Baldy.
Well, perhaps I am a trifle bald.
A trifle, he says. You better get a toupee, you know. That's mighty slippery landing field for them poor little flies.
Junior, would you like to hop on your tricycle and ride down and get me the evening papers?
How much are you getting it from me?
To pay you to do something would be like teaching you bribery. You wouldn't accept bribes, would you, Junior?
He talks like a new man around here.
Okay, I'll give you a nice new nickel.
I'd rather have a nice old quarter if you got it.
You won't go for nothing.
No. I think it would be worth earning a nickel. Here's the money for the paper and a nickel for some candy.
You chiseler, you're going to eat it. Okay, I will go. Hey, did you wash that door on the window on that door there, or is it open, huh? He washed it. Now, I'm not going to make this trip for nothing. I'm going to fix him. I'm going to put this money down for the paper, and then I'm going to go back home and fix that guy was good. I'm going to chop up a little bar of soap in little squares and let him eat that for a change, boy. That'll stop him. Fix that guy was good. Now, there's the soap up on the sink. I'm going to teach him to let me earn money and then eat all me candy. Now, there's a knife there. Oh, boy, it looks just like Fudge, don't it? I forever blowing bubbles. Now, put it in this old candy sack I've been licking the sides of. There, now, it's all fixed. Oh, boy, that's going to teach him that well.
Oh, Junior, back already?
Yeah, here's your paper, and look, a sack of fudge. Look.
Ah, my favorite candy.
Oh, boy, I can't wait till he eats that.
Junior, what's so funny? What have you been up to?
Oh, he pulled that old see what's in the bag stuff, and I filled it with little soap squares.
Oh, good heavens, he isn't eating it, is he?
Huh?
He isn't eating it, is he?
Well, if he ain't, we better shoot him, because he's foaming at the mouth.
And remember, we'll all be with you next Tuesday at the same time. Red Skelton, Ozzie Nelson, Harriet Hilliard, and the gang. Until next Tuesday, then.
Red Skelton saying goodbye now, and thanks for listening.
Red Skelton is heard on this program through the courtesy of Metro Goldwyn Mayer.
Smooth going is right. But that's only part of it. Sir Walter Raleigh smokes mellow, tasty, too. Leaves your pipe happy, clean as a whistle. And that's smoking that any pipe smoker will go for, especially when that fragrant Sir Walter Raleigh smokes so easy and even besides. You see, Sir Walter Raleigh's choice burleys aren't dosed with gummy flavorings that clog up your pipe. No, indeed. Sir Walter Raleigh is specially processed with a rum mist, so you get all the natural good taste and cool, even burning pipe after pipe. Never a soggy heel clogging the pipe bowl. For a real comfort smoke, men, a sweeter pipe that smokes clean as a whistle, ask for Sir Walter Raleigh, the quality pipe tobacco of America. And remember, listen to Hildegard tomorrow night and to People Are Funny Friday night over most of these stations. Good night.
This is the National Broadcasting Company.
The Johnson Wax Program with Fibber, McGee, and Molly. Johnson's Wax and Johnson's Self-Polishing Glow Coat present Fibber, McGee, and Molly, written by Don Quinn with songs by the King's Men and music by Billy Mills. The show opens with Hallelujah. Of Saturday night baths and Saturday afternoon floor scrubbing are pretty well gone forever. We now know that weekly scrubbing of linoleum floors was very harmful and eventually ruined the linoleum. It's so much safer, so much easier to protect floors with the modern floor polish Johnson's Self-Polishing Glow Coat. You not only save your linoleum and make it last longer, but you save yourself lots of work, because Glow Coat needs no rubbing or buffing. You simply apply and let dry. Glow Coat is self-polishing. Glow Coat is no ordinary polish. When you use it, you'll notice its lasting luster. You'll see how it wears evenly and smoothly without chipping. That's because Glow Coat has a flexible, not a brittle film. One trial will also convince you that Glow Coat is economical, because a little goes so far. Make a note to remind yourself to buy some Johnson Self-Polishing Glow Coat this week. Some people think it would be a great thing if we were able to peer into the future. Personally, we think it's a blessing that we can't. For instance, here at 79 Wistful Vista sits the lady of the house darning socks for the master of the house, who doesn't know that a messenger boy is approaching with, what can be in store for Fibber, McGee, and Molly.
Well, McGee, you'll have
have to buy some new socks.
Huh?
I've darned these so many times they're practically handmade.
Okay, I'll get some tomorrow. But it's an awful nuisance. Gee, I wish I was a kid again and could go barefooted.
Do you really?
Well, no, not really. These guys that keep yearning for their childhood days are just kidding themselves. I wouldn't go through that again for $1 million.
Why not?
Oh, I was a regular little gangster when I was a kid.
Oh, go on.
I ever tell you about the morning I and Skinny Crandall and Bones Brittle and Stinky Hooper tied a wire across the schoolhouse steps? Then waited in the bushes for the teacher to show up?
No.
Yeah.
No, you nasty boy. What happened?
Well, we waited till noon and then suddenly realized it was Saturday. So we started running down to the old swimming hole, and I tripped on the wire and darn near...
Come in.
Package for Mrs. McGee.
For me?
Are you Mrs. McGee?
Well, what do I have to do? Show you my marriage license?
No, I can see Mr. McGee. Nobody else would live with him.
Fresh kid. Why, when I was his age, I was polite and thoughtful.
Yes, you were, you little gangster. I wonder what this is. Oh, heavenly days, 4 pounds of Valentine candy.
Oh, who's that from?
Oh, as if you didn't know.
Huh?
You darling. You did remember, didn't you?
Well, ain't there a note in it or something?
Well, why should there be? Who'd be sending me Valentine candy but you?
Valentine?
And my favorite kind, too.
Well, I'm glad you like it, Molly. What kind is it?
Now, listen, don't be so coy, McGee.
Huh?
You can't fool me.
No. Well, Valentine's Day comes but once a year, they say. Or is that Christmas? No, it's Valentine's Day, too, I guess. Isn't there any... didn't I put a note in it?
Well, I don't see any, but you didn't have to. If a man can't send a Valentine to his wife without a lot of explanations, I'd like to know who...
Hello there, Johnny. Hello, daughter. Hey, can I speak to you alone a minute, Johnny?
Why, sure. Excuse us a minute, Molly.
Certainly, go right ahead.
What's on your mind, old-timer?
Look, I'm selling Valentines, Johnny. Want to buy one for the kid there? Nothing women appreciate more than a little touch of sentiment, you know.
No, thanks, old-timer. She just got a big box of candy for a Valentine.
She did, eh? Good for you, Johnny.
Well, I don't know whether it is or not. Just between you and me, I don't remember sending it to her.
Then you better buy one of these and send it, too.
Oh, no. Then she'd get suspicious.
Don't be a fool, Johnny. The more you send them, the better they like it. Here's a beaut. All lace and stuff. Says, roses are sweet, and so is your soul. I'm going to throw out my sugar and put you in the bowl.
No, thanks. I don't want any Valentines, old-timer. I don't mind wearing my heart on my sleeve, but I hate the idea of a mailman dragging it all around town in the rain. Thanks, anyway.
Okay, Johnny. Sorry to keep you waiting, daughter. Just wanted to talk a little business with Johnny here.
Oh, that's all right, Mr. Oldtimer. I was busy darning his socks anyway. Just look how he tears holes in them.
Yes, he's a holy terror, ain't he? Well, I got to get back to my job, kids. Be seeing you.
What do you mean, your job? What you doing?
Oh, I'm caretaker down at the Wistful Vista Recreation Center.
Oh.
Keep the tennis courts in condition.
Oh, must be quite a chore.
Oh, no. Just a few swipes with a claw full of Johnson's wax, and I'm caught up for several days.
Johnson's wax? On a tennis court?
Yep. Table tennis, Johnny. Oh. Well, so long, kid.
McGee, I wish you'd never sent me this candy. I just can't keep my hands out of it. It's so good. Don't you like it?
Sure, I like it. Why shouldn't I like it?
Well, you keep eyeing the box like you were afraid it was going to eat you.
I do? Well, I guess I just got a complex about candy. Ever since my mother used to feed me butterscotch to pull out my baby teeth. Never believed in that string on the doorknob business myself.
Well, there's no butterscotch in this candy, dearie.
That's what I keep telling my teeth. Besides, hey, who's walking around upstairs?
Oh, poor Uncle Dennis. He's all upset.
What about?
Oh, he's thinking of starting a lawsuit against Walt Disney.
Walt Disney?
Yeah.
What for?
Oh, that pink elephant sequence in Dumbo. Uncle Dennis says he saw him first.
He's all wet. You can't copyright a hangover. Anyway, what right?
Come in.
Good day, Mrs. McGee. Good day, McGee.
Hi, Latrivia.
Hello, Mr. Mayor. Have some candy?
Thank you, no. I'm on a low-carbohydrate diet.
Well, you better stock up on them then, Latriv. They tell me there's going to be a shortage of low carbohydrates.
You don't say. If I might make a suggestion, McGee, it would be to the effect that people who have no clear comprehension of a subject under discussion would be well advised to maintain a discreet silence.
I don't get it.
Well, he said, dearie, that if ignorance is bliss, happy days are here again. Or if you don't know what you're talking about when you pipe up, pipe down.
Oh, yeah? Well, now, look here, Latrivia.
Just a moment, McGee. Will you please refrain hereafter?
Don't ask him to make any promises about the hereafter, Mr. Mayor. His forwarding address is unknown.
What are you talking about anyway, Latrivia? And quit shaking your finger in my face. I'm liable to think it's Halloween and start bobbing for knuckles.
All right. But hereafter, McGee, please refrain from telling motorcycle policemen that you are a close relation of mine and they can't do that to you.
Do what to you, McGee?
If he's referring to what I think he's referring to, he means that I got a ticket yesterday for parking 8 minutes overtime.
For parking 1 hour and 8 minutes overtime?
Well, can I help it if I forgot to set my watch back last Sunday night?
You weren't supposed to set it back. You were supposed to set it ahead.
In that case, it would be 2 hours and 8 minutes.
There'll be no such a thing. It'd be 8 minutes less than 1 hour. There's 2 hour parking on Oak Street, so the city owes me 52 minutes.
Now, wait a minute, boys. Let's get this straight. Let's say you parked at exactly 3 o'clock and...
But I didn't. I parked at 8 minutes to 4.
Oh, for goodness sakes, you might at least park on the even hour. The odd minutes make these arguments too confusing.
Yes. Anyway, McGee, the justness of the complaint does not concern me. What I object to is your assuming that I, as mayor of Wistful Vista, would use the power of my office to obstruct the due processes of law. Furthermore, you had no business telling the officer that I was your nephew on your mother's side.
You leave my mother out of this, Latrivia. A fine thing. Dragging a guy's family into a sordid case like this. For shame.
But, McGee, he didn't say...
And to think a guy like him is our mayor. It ain't enough that him and his Cossack cops ride roughshod over the common citizens. No, he's got to get personal. He's got to...
Now, just a minute, McGee. You were the one who saw...
Oh, he dragged my family through the mud and the slime of a court trial, holding us up to public ridicule. Just so...
All right. I'll fix the ticket. I'll find a policeman. I will resign. Good day.
Boy, I should have been a lawyer.
But you had no business telling the policeman that the mayor was your nephew.
Oh, no, I just proved it, didn't I? I made him holler uncle. Give me a piece of that candy. Any chocolate-covered peanuts in there?
Well, you ought to know. You bought it.
Huh? I didn't specify every piece that went into the box.
I bet you did. There's everything I like in it. Oh, you're so thoughtful, McGee.
Oh, shucks.
Valentine's Day. I think it was a Valentine's Day we first went out together, dearie.
Yeah. I carved our initials inside of a big heart on that old oak tree in back of the brewery.
The schoolhouse.
The brewery.
Schoolhouse, McGee.
I remember it was the brewery because the only grove of trees where you could hitch a horse to
McGee! For 20 years and more, I've been telling people it was back at the schoolhouse, and I can't change it now. Heavenly days, what's romantic about a brewery?
Well, if it had been back at the schoolhouse, I'd have ruined my jackknife. The only tree back there was a big steel flagpole.
Well, just the same, I insist.
Hello, folks. Oh, hi, Harlow. Have a piece of candy. It's wonderful.
Stop bragging, McGee.
I ain't bragging. I don't even know. Here, have a nugget, Harlow.
No, thanks. Say, do you people ever see Life magazine?
Yes, we do, Mr. Wilcox. McGee always gets Life, Collier's, the American Magazine, and Disturbing Detective. And anybody who would read Disturbing Detective ought to get Life. Hanging is too good.
But, Molly, I got to get Disturbing Detective on account of the back cover.
Why for the back cover?
I'm trying to see how long Charles Atlas can keep his chest expanded like that.
Why did you ask, Mr. Wilcox?
Well, the Johnson Wax people have got a double-page ad in Life next Friday, and I didn't want you to miss it. We're featuring the Consumer's Pledge for Total Defense.
What you mean, pledge?
Well, look. Look, here's one of the cards for Molly to sign. Read it, Molly.
All right. As a consumer in the total defense of democracy, I will do my part to make my home, my community, my country ready, efficient, and strong. I will buy carefully. I will take good care of the things I have. I will waste nothing. Place for signature. Consumer Division, Office of Price Administration. Well, I'll certainly sign that, Mr. Wilcox.
Thanks, Molly. This is mighty important right now. If there was ever a time to conserve and save and protect and preserve, it's today. And Johnson's Wax does all of them in so many ways. It's a pretty necessary item on your kitchen shelf.
Oh, say, and that reminds me, I'd better go in the kitchen and see if I have enough on hand. Excuse me a minute, boy.
Certainly, Molly. Well, now I'll have a chaw of your chocolates, chum.
Here, help yourself. And look.
Yeah?
You didn't send this candy to Molly, did you?
Not me, pal. I don't send candy to married women. I'm allergic to buckshot. Why, didn't you?
If I did, you can bop me with a bonbon if I remember doing it.
Well, maybe you walked in your sleep again and crashed a confectionery.
Say, I wonder... Oh, no, that ain't possible. The candy stores aren't open that late. Still, hey, you call on a lot of stores, don't you, Harlow?
Sure, now that I'm taking these pledge cards around.
Well, look, kind of snoop around and see what you can find out, will you? See if a guy about my size, wearing purple pajamas and green slippers, with a sleepy look on his puss, came wandering in any place and bought a box of Valentine candy.
Hey, easy. Here she comes. Okay, pal, okay. I'll tell George what you said. So long. See you later.
So long, George.
Say, who's George, McGee? And, what do you want Mr. Wilcox to tell him?
George?
Yes, George.
Oh, George. Yeah, he's, he met old George Frahulis.
Who on earth is George Frahulis?
Oh, he used to have a tire shop out on 14th Street. Just sold it and took up blacksmithing. I just told Harlow to wish him good luck. Though why a guy in the horseshoe business should need anybody to tell him...
Toss me one of those coconut creams, McGee. They're delicious.
Here.
Thank you. I don't know when a box of candy has intrigued me like this one, dearie.
Yeah, me either. Me too.
What?
I'm glad you like it, Molly. You always did like mixed chocolates, didn't you?
Yes, and weren't you nice to remember it?
Yeah.
But then you always were thoughtful. Always the gentleman. Remember the time I dropped my handkerchief at the dance, and you and Otis Cadwallader both rushed to pick it up and bumped your heads together and knocked each other out?
Yeah, but I came too. That guy's still unconscious.
My, you were jealous of him. I believe you still are.
I am not.
Say, I saw in the paper last night that he's in town. What's the matter?
This candy kind of choked me. In fact, I think any of it would choke me.
What do you mean?
I mean that Otis Cadwallader. He might be the guy who he'd make me choke on a caraway seed. The very mention of his name makes me...
you see, you are jealous. I never saw such a Come in. Oh, hello, Mrs. Uppington.
How do you do, my dear? And Mr. McGee.
Hi, Uppy. Come on in, out of the rain.
Oh, it's not raining, Mr. McGee.
It ain't? I'd have swore I saw a big drip in the doorway. Oh, come on in anyway.
Have a hunk of candy, Abigail? Sweets to the sweet, you know.
In this case, a chocolate-covered dill pickle might be more
appropriate. Have one, Abigail?
Thank Don't you know, my dear? No candy for me. I must keep my weight down, you know.
And you're doing swell at it, too, Uppy.
Oh, do you think so, Mr. McGee?
I sure do. What did I just tell you just this morning, Molly?
Well, he said, isn't it wonderful how Mrs. Uppington keeps her figure?
Oh, now, really?
And I said, it certainly is.
Well, I flatter myself.
And then I said yes. But why anyone would want to keep a figure like that is beyond...
Mr. McGee. Please. I prefer not to speak of my dimensions.
Okay, Uppy, if you say so, they're unspeakable.
What?
He just means that if you prefer not to mention your weight, it's unmentionable.
Oh, I see. Well, I just stopped by, Mrs. McGee, to show you my new bracelet. See?
Heavenly days, Abigail, is this really yours?
Oh, boy, oh, boy, oh, boy, oh, boy. Don't tell me that's genuine, Uppy.
Indeed it is, Mr. McGee.
Wow.
Oh, I spent more for it than I should possibly. But this is the sort of thing that will become a valuable heirloom, you know.
Well, you'd better be careful, Abigail. You don't let it lay around the house, do you?
Oh, no, my dear.
Boy.
In fact, I'm on my way to the bank right now to put it in the vault.
Well, I should hope so. That thing is practically irreplaceable.
Oh, of course it is. Oh, I just adore it. I'm such a happy, happy girl to own a genuine solid rubber band. Well, good night.
The King's Men sing Don't Touch It.
When I was just a tiny tot down in Tennessee, I kept my mammy on the spot, looking after me. I'd fool with this and fool with that, messing round about. And when I'd grab my pappy's hat, Mammy dear would shout, "Don't touch it, better leave it alone. Don't touch it, hey, hey, you'll catch it when Pappy gets home. If you don't mind what I say." When Pappy missed his Sunday hat down in Tennessee, he'd fuss and cuss and start to look for me. Then pretty soon I'd have a date in the old woodshed, and with remorse I'd meditate on what my mammy said. Don't touch it, can't you leave it alone? Don't touch it, nay, nay, you'll catch it as sure as you're born, if you don't mind what I say. One day I went with Pappy downtown to buy a shoe. He said it was good for any man to have a sip of brew. But when he went to take a nip, we heard an awful roar. We turned around, there was Mammy shouting through the door. Don't touch it, can't you leave it alone? Don't touch it, nay, nay, you'll catch it as sure as you're born, if you don't mind what I say. How happy were my childhood days down in Tennessee. The dear old-fashioned country ways still appeal to me. I'd gladly be a boy again to mess around about. I'd step on Pappy's derby just to hear my mammy shout, "Don't touch it, better leave it alone. Don't touch it, hey, hey, you'll catch it when Pappy gets home, if you don't mind what I say."
Here, have some candy, McGee. Help yourself to all you want.
Oh.
Any man who remembers his wife like this for Valentine's Day deserves anything he can get.
I wish you'd quit saying that, Molly.
Why, for goodness sakes? You did send it to me, didn't you?
Who'd you suppose sent it?
Well, then don't be so modest. You certainly have changed since we were married.
I have? How so?
Oh, when we were going together and you'd send a box of Turkish Delights or a Tootsie Roll, you kept reminding me of it for weeks. You'd say, "How about a kiss, baby?" And I'd say, "No, not now." And then you'd pout and say, "Okay, no more saltwater taffy for you." And then I'd say,
"Oh, now, come in."
Hello, folks.
"Oh, hello."
Hi, Wimp, old man. How's everything?
Oh, just peachy, Mr. McGee.
Well, you're looking very well, Mr. Wimple. Is your wife away?
No, but Sweetie Face has been very busy with the new women's ambulance unit, Mrs. McGee.
Well, the ambulance unit, eh?
Yes.
She a nurse or a driver, Wimple?
Neither one, Mr. McGee. She holds up the ambulance while the other girls crawl under it and make repairs.
Well, your wife is very strong, isn't she, Mr. Wimple?
Indeed, she is. Why, do you know, I've seen her tie a bow knot in a steel crowbar.
Gee, really?
Yes, sirree.
Wow.
And I don't mind telling you, I had a terrible time getting it off, too. My neck was sore for weeks.
Well, there's one thing about your married life, Wimp. You never know what's coming next.
Yes, that's something to be thankful for, isn't it? But I really owe a lot to Sweetie Face.
Yeah.
She's made me what I am today.
And what is that?
Come, let's not get clinical, Miss.
I'll bring her over sometime, Wimp. I'll get 4 flat irons and we'll play peas porridge hot.
Oh, I just can't get her to go out anywhere socially, Mr. McGee. She says she'd rather stay home with her artwork.
Oh, artwork. Does she paint, too?
Oh, indeed she does. She did a wonderful painting of 2 moonshiners working down in the Kentucky hills.
Oh.
What'd she call it?
Still life. I'll never forget the time I asked you to paint me.
And did she do it?
In a way, she did, Mrs. McGee. She gave me a beautiful shellacking.
I suppose she was just being playful.
Of course. She has a grand sense of humor. One day I said to her, Sweetie Face, let's not play so rough. And she said, all right, Wallace, let's play beanbag. And I said, oh, dandy. And then everything went black. My goodness, I never knew beans came in 500-pound bags. Well, good night.
Hey, we never offered Wimple any candy.
Well, it's probably just as well. One Sweetie Face in the family ought to be plenty. The poor fella.
Yeah, the way he gets pushed around, he must have come from a long line of wheelbarrows.
I'll get it, McGee. 79 Wistful Vista, Molly McGee speaking. Who? Oh, hello, Mr. Wilcox.
Oh, Wilcox. Hey, let me take it,
Be
Molly.
quiet, McGee. I can't hear. What was it, Mr. Wilcox?
Molly, that's the important call. I've been expecting
Dearie, I can't hear a word he said.
Oh.
What'd you say, Mr. Wilcox? Yes, I'll be glad to take the message.
Oh, now I am, son.
Yes?
Oh.
All right.
Why didn't that guy
Yes?
talking to me?
Yes, I'll tell him, Mr. Wilcox. Well, thank you for calling. Goodbye. McGee.
Huh?
What on earth goes on, anyway?
Well, I might as well admit the whole thing, Molly. I never felt right about it anyway.
About what?
About the... Hey, wait a minute. What did Wilcox say?
Well, he said to give you this message and you'd understand.
Yeah?
He said, Elks Club, punch board, 2 weeks ago, deliver this week.
Oh, so that was it. Now I remember. Oh, boy. Is that a load off my mind?
Is what a load off your mind?
It wouldn't interest you, Molly.
But it would, McGee.
Huh?
You were interested enough in me to send me this lovely candy, and I'm interested in your affairs, too, dear.
Okay, I'll tell you. You see, the Elks wanted me to act as chairman of the boxing committee a couple of weeks ago. And
yes.
I said I'd think it over. So I delivered my acceptance today. That's simple, ain't it?
But what's this about a punch board?
Oh, that. That's what we fellas call the boxing committee, the punch board.
Oh.
Hand me a piece of that candy, will you, Molly? Give me 2 pieces. Give me a handful. I never mind.
Most of us today have our weather eye out for worthwhile economies, places where we can make $1 do the work of 2. One way you can accomplish that same thing is by taking better care of what you have and saving on replacements. Protect your floors, for example, and save money on costly refinishing by polishing them regularly with genuine Johnson's wax. The coat of wax acts as a shield against both dirt and wear. It's easily applied and can be touched up or renewed as often as necessary. The result is not only money-saving protection, but greater beauty for your entire home and less work for you. You can use that same Johnson's wax to protect and beautify your furniture and woodwork, your windowsills, Venetian blinds, shoes, luggage, refrigerator. If you do this, you'll be practicing what housekeeping authorities call protective housekeeping. Johnson's wax is now available in 3 forms: paste, liquid, and cream wax.
Sorry, folks, our time's up. Good night.
Good night, all.
This is Harlow Wilcox, speaking for the makers of Johnson's Wax Finishes for Home and Industry, inviting you all to be with us again next Tuesday night. Good night.
Let me remind you again to clean and polish your car with Johnson's Car New, the new labor saver that does 2 jobs at the same time, both cleans and polishes in one application. Car New, made by the makers of Johnson's Wax, gives your car back its original showroom shine, increases your driving pleasure. Thousands of car owners have learned to say, your car looks like new when you use Car New. Don't put it off. Buy a can of Johnson's Car New this week, spelled C-A-R-N-U. This program came to you from Hollywood. This is the National Broadcasting Company.
The Aldrich family, a special rebroadcast for you soldiers, sailors, and Marines of the United Nations. And now for the Aldrich family with Dick Jones as Henry and Jackie Kelk as Homer. No one can ever predict what a teenage boy like Henry Aldrich will do next. The best you can do, if you're a grown-up, is to say that he'll do the sort of things you did when you were young. The scene opens in the Aldrich living room. The time is Sunday morning.
Mary, I want you to run upstairs right this minute.
Yes, Mother. My goodness, what for?
And get me a clean handkerchief. And Henry...
Yes, Mother, I'm all ready to start.
No, you're not, dear. You haven't even combed your hair.
Mother, I have combed my hair. I give you my word I've combed my hair.
Dear, you've combed it only in front. Remember, the Kilmers are going to be sitting in the pew right behind us, and you know how the Kilmers talk.
About my hair? Well, look, Mother, I've got a rubber band right here in my hand. How about my wearing that on my head until we get about a block from the church and then taking it off?
Now, dear, if you can't be honest about combing your hair, especially when it's for church, then I'd rather you didn't go with me.
Yes, Mother, I'll go up and comb it.
Here, Mother, here's your handkerchief. That's what you wanted me to get, isn't it?
Thank you, dear. Thank you very much. And did you bring my gloves?
Mother, you didn't tell me to.
Well, I certainly took it for granted you knew I'd wear them. And, Mary, look at your shoes. Dear, you aren't going to wear those, are you?
Why not?
To church? Shoes like that?
I wore them last time we went.
Well, I certainly didn't know it. And if I had, I wouldn't have been comfortable 1 minute of the entire service. Now, please go upstairs and put on a sensible pair of shoes with toes in them.
Yes, Mother.
And bring down my gloves. They're on top of my bureau, I think.
They're on your bureau?
Yes, dear. Or you might look and see if I left them on the foot of my bed as I went by it.
Mother!
Yes, Henry, is that you calling me?
Is it all right if I borrow Mary's comb?
Henry Aldrich, don't you dare use my comb.
Mary, is that any attitude to take just before church?
Alice!
Yes, Sam?
Why isn't everyone ready to go?
We are ready, Sam. We're really just waiting for you.
You're waiting for me? Well, I'm all ready. Come on, let's not be late.
Now, Sam.
What's the matter?
You aren't going to wear that tie, are you?
This tie? What's the matter with this tie?
Now, dear, you know very well you're to take up the collection this morning. I certainly don't want you walking down the aisle with everyone looking at nothing but your necktie and Mary's toes. Mother, what was it you said I should look for on the foot of somebody's bed? My necktie. I mean your father's shoes. My gloves, dear, and please hurry up.
Alice, why worry about your gloves? Come on, let's get started.
Sam, I could no more walk into that church in bare hands than I could... Dear, don't you think I want to enjoy the service? Now, please go change your necktie.
Very well.
How do you like my hair, Mother?
It looks fine. Now, dear, why can't you comb your hair that way every day and not just... Dear, didn't I ask you to shine your shoes?
Sure, Mother, and I did. And look at the shoe polish on this one finger that wouldn't come off.
Well, you may have some on your finger, but you don't have any on your shoes. And, Henry, don't try to shine them on the back of your trouser leg.
But it's a dark blue suit, Mother.
And a brand new suit. I want you to march right out to the kitchen and finish shining them while your father is putting on a respectable tie.
Yes, Mother.
Only don't do anything in that good coat. Hang it on the back of his chair before you go out there.
Sure, that's a very good idea, Mother.
Mary!
I'm coming, Mother. Here's your Bible. Where do you think I found it?
Thank you, dear. Only where are my white gloves?
I can't find them, Mother. Do you have to have them?
Now, Mary, I certainly hope you don't think I want to sit through the whole service with my hands on my mind.
Alice!
Yes, Sam?
Have you seen my gray striped tie?
Your gray striped one? Well, if you can't find it, dear, why don't you wear your black one?
My black one? A black tie to take up a collection in?
Did you look on your necktie rack, Father?
I did, and all I could find there was a pair of ladies' gloves.
Gloves? On your tie rack? Oh, yes. Then you'll find your gray tie on the towel rack in the bathroom.
What's it doing there?
It's hard to explain, Sam. Only please hurry or we'll be late when we walk in and everyone will look at us that much more.
Hello, everybody.
Homer Brown, what are you doing over here?
My mother made me brush my suit 3 times and I got sick of it. Do you mind if I sit with you in church?
Oh, Homer, we'd love to have you. Only, wouldn't your mother and father like to have you sit with them?
My father isn't going. It's his only chance to work on his income tax.
And doesn't that mean your mother has to sit alone?
No, that's what I'm explaining to you. She's sitting with my aunt and uncle and 3 cousins and my grandmother. And when you get that many in our pew, along with all our coats and hymn books, my feet go to sleep.
Thank you out there.
Sure. Hello, Henry.
Henry, have you finished polishing your shoes?
Well, I was just going to tell you, Mother. All I can find is the brown polish.
Oh, dear, sometimes I get so discouraged. Mary, go out and help your brother find the black polish.
Yes, Mother. Apparently Henry can't find anything unless 12 people help him do it.
Alice?
Now what, Sam?
Do you have any change handy that I can give Henry and Mary?
No, dear. Don't you have any?
All I have is some dollar bills. You mean to say they'll have to... Oh, that is...
Now, Sam. My goodness, where's my pocketbook?
Now, don't get excited. It's right there on the piano.
Here it is, Mrs. Aldrich. Here, I'll get it for you.
Homer, what are you doing here?
We're all going to church together, Mr. Aldrich.
Oh, well.
Sam, here's some change. Put some of it in Henry's coat pocket.
Where are Henry and Mary? Why do they keep us waiting like this?
Henry's helping Mary find the shoe polish, Mr. Aldrich.
No, wait a minute.
What's the matter, Sam?
What on earth is this garb of stuff in Henry's coat pocket?
Sam! Sam Aldrich, look at your hand.
Can you make out what it is, Alice? Is that a chocolate drop or something?
Chocolate, Mr. Aldrich? Did you say chocolate?
Homer, just keep away.
Sam, you'll have to get it out somehow.
Get it out? Alice, do you realize the whole bottom of the pocket is nothing but soft chocolate?
That doesn't make any difference, Sam. If you think I can sit in that church with everyone in town that I know staring at my son and knowing that I let him come with chocolate all over the inside of him...
Alice, I've got out what I could.
Well, what did you do with it?
I put it in the ashtray. At least I thought I did.
Well, that's all right, Mr. Aldrich. I got it. It's very good. It must have had a cherry filling.
Homer, are you eating that?
Oh, excuse me. Did you want some?
I did not, and don't you eat any more.
Oh, dear. Sam, look at me. Look at my gloves.
Have you got some more, Mrs. Aldrich?
Alice, I told you to keep your hands out of there.
And I just finished washing these gloves.
Now, let's just let things drop where they are. Come on, and let's get started for church.
Sam, I am not going to start looking as though I'd been making fudge with my gloves on. Homer, dear, go up to the bathroom, please, and get the bottle of cleaning fluid that's on the top shelf of the medicine closet.
Yes, Mrs. Aldrich. It's a very good idea. Boy, look at my suit. How did that get on there?
Don't waste time looking at your suit. Run!
Mother! Oh, what, Mary?
Have you seen the shoe polish anyplace?
The shoe polish?
Alice, do you suppose that's what's in Henry's pocket here?
Now, Sam.
Is it, Mr. Aldrich?
Is it what?
Shoe polish I've been eating? Because if it is, I want to know before I do anything else.
No, Homer. Please get the cleaning fluid.
Mother?
Yes, Henry?
Did I just hear Homer say he'd found the shoe polish?
No, Henry. He thought he'd eaten it.
The black shoe polish? Why'd he do that?
Henry, will you please tell me what this is in your blue coat pocket?
Well, if it's a letter, Father, I'll tell you. I met her last summer, see? And why, out of a clear sky,
It is not a letter.
It isn't?
It's part chocolate and part maraschino cherry.
For me? You mean she sent me a box of chocolate?
Henry, dear, can't you see your pocket? Can't you see my glove?
Oh, gee whiz. Oh, yeah. Oh, that. Well, I tell you, Father, do you remember that box of chocolate-covered cherries you brought home last week?
I do.
Well, I like chocolate, and I didn't know this had cherries in it, see?
Go on.
Well, last Wednesday afternoon, I happened to walk in there, and Mr. Carson, the minister, was here, and Mother was passing him chocolates, and she passed me one, and I bit into it.
Go on.
Well, naturally, with the minister here, I didn't want to... Well, there wasn't any place left to put it, so I put it in my pocket.
Now, Henry, what's in that pocket isn't just one chocolate.
No, that's what I was going to tell you. I tried one, and then I thought I'd try a couple more and see if I could hit one without cherries.
And you apparently didn't hit one.
No, sir. So I finally gave up. And that was the last I ever thought of it.
Mrs. Aldrich, here it is. Here's your cleaning fluid.
Thank you, Homer. Thank you very much.
Who are you going to start on first? Henry or me or Mr. Aldrich?
What do you mean on me?
Isn't that chocolate in your hair, Mr. Aldrich?
In my hair?
Sam, look in the mirror. How did you get chocolate way up there?
Father, don't you like chocolate-covered cherries either?
That's a fine thing. If you're looking for chocolate these days, you can never find any, but... Alice, look at my shirt.
No, Sam, it's in your hair.
It's also on my shirt, and this is the last clean shirt I have until the laundry comes tomorrow.
Well, hold still until I get through cleaning out Henry's pocket, and then I'll see what I can do with you. And, Henry, the next time you put something in your mouth that you don't happen to like, especially if the minister is here, I hope you'll be honorable enough to swallow it.
You mean it was sort of deceitful of me to put it in my pocket?
Mother, look at what you're doing. You poured that whole can of cleaning fluid into Henry's pocket.
Yes, dear, only don't stand there and tell me about it. Go get a towel or something so we can soak it up.
Homer, you aren't doing anything. You're just sitting around here. Go get a towel.
Now keep calm, Mary. Henry, go over and open that window.
Yes, Father.
No, Henry, stand still. You're leaking.
Yes, Mother.
Alice, let me tell you one thing. If you think I'm going to church covered with chocolate like this, you're crazy.
Now, Sam, you've got to go. I can't go.
Why can't you?
Smelling of cleaning fluid? Do you think I could sit through that entire service with the Kilmers in back of me sniffing?
All right. All right, you can stay home, too. I'll go to the phone and tell Mr. Carson that I can't help with the collection. Mary can go and represent the whole family.
Father, I can't represent it. I can't possibly represent it.
Why not?
I've got chocolate on my glove.
Now, Mary, how on earth did you get chocolate on you?
Well, that's what I can't understand. I haven't even been near Henry.
Well, it's a funny thing, but I haven't got a darn bit on me.
What do you mean you haven't got any on you?
Sam, go to that phone and call Mr. Carson.
What shall I tell him?
Don't tell him the truth. He'll think we're making it up.
What shall I tell him?
You can think of something. Tell him. Make something up that sounds believable.
Mrs. Aldrich.
Don't you have that towel yet?
That's what I came down to ask you. Do you want a face towel or a bath towel or one of those nice little guest towels with cherries on it?
And I would also like to remind the congregation that due to the fact that next Friday is a holiday, the meeting of the Ladies' Thursday Evening Reading Club, which generally takes place on Friday afternoon, will take place instead on Wednesday at 3 o'clock. Remember, the Ladies' Thursday Evening Club next Wednesday instead of Friday. Also, I'm sure the members of the congregation will be pleased to hear that Mrs. Trapp is doing much better, and before long she'll be back taking part in the activities of our church. On the darker side of the picture, however, as I was leaving my study only a few minutes ago, the phone rang, and to make a long story short, the son of Mr. and Mrs. Samuel Aldrich, Henry, as to just what happened to him, no one seems to know, but at any rate, Henry is being confined to his home. And while the immediate members of the family were most anxious to join us here in this service, they felt that their place at this time was beside their son. Now, before I get on to the next announcement, I would like to say that some of these beautiful flowers that grace our church this morning will be sent to Henry immediately following the service. Now, I may ask...
Have you seen my overcoat any place?
Henry, what is it you want your overcoat for?
I'm going out. Have you forgotten? I'm invited over to Kathleen's for Sunday dinner.
Dear, you are not going out of this house until church is over. And Sam?
Alice, I'm just going out to get some fresh air. All I've been breathing this morning is cleaning fluid.
And do you realize church doesn't get out until 12 o'clock?
All right. It's 3 minutes to 12. Look at my watch right here.
Well, you're going to stay here until at least 5 after. Suppose you met the Kilmers on your way down the street. We'd never live it down.
Alice, where are you going?
Out to the kitchen. Make sure your watch is right.
Oh, hello, Mr. Carson.
Hello. I'm sorry I was delayed. I've been in my study getting out of my robe.
Well, that was an excellent sermon this morning, Mr. Carson. Excellent.
Thank you. Thank you.
I've just been looking over the contributions here for this morning. They seem to be unusually generous. And by the way, Mr. Carson, if it'll help any, I'd be very glad to take those flowers over to the Aldriches.
Thank you just the same, but one of the new members of the church who seems to want to take part in our activities has already offered to take care of that.
Well, that'll be a very nice experience for a new member to meet the Aldriches.
Yes. Poor Mary Aldrich. Did you see her alone in her pew this morning?
Oh, really? Did Mary get here?
She most certainly did, and there she sat, just as though nothing had happened.
Yes? Well, where's my handkerchief?
You got something on your hand?
I just picked up an envelope with a little chocolate or something on it.
Yes?
That's good.
I guess some little child was allowed to put that on the plate.
Well, as long as the spirit was there, that's all that's important.
By the way, did Mrs. Brown find her son, Homer?
Homer? Has he been lost?
All I know is Mrs. Brown was waiting at the front door for quite a long time after the service, and he didn't come out. She shook hands with me 3 times. Well.
Something the matter, Mr. Carson?
No, I just put my hand in my pocket, and how do you suppose that got in there?
What is it?
Oh, I remember. I was visiting the Aldriches this last week, and Mrs. Aldrich passed some chocolates. And I like chocolate-covered cherries, but frankly, I'd had quite a hearty lunch, and, I didn't want to put the chocolate back in the box before, so I sneaked it into my pocket.
Did it do much damage?
No, I think a little cleaning fluid will take it out all right. I guess I better take care of it before I go over and call on Henry, so I won't feel guilty when I walk into the Aldrich's house.
We'll return to Henry Aldrich in just a few moments. Meantime, here's Alan Roth and his orchestra.
Getting back to the troubles of Henry Aldrich. Due to the fact that the entire family became covered with chocolate this morning, just as they were about to leave the house for church, only Mary attended. Mr. Aldrich, in his attempt to explain the situation to the minister, gave the impression that a serious accident had befallen Henry. The scene opens shortly after noon of the same day on one of Centerville's streets.
Listen, Homer, do you mind walking a little faster, please?
I'm walking fast, Henry. What do you want me to do, run?
But don't you realize I'm due over at Kathleen's for dinner right now? And all you want to do is stop and look at things.
But, Henry, why not turn this corner here? Why do we have to go by the church?
Why shouldn't we go by the church? We can cut right across the lawn and save almost half a block.
Yeah, but remember, Henry, we didn't go this morning, and
look out, Homer. Gee whiz, you want to bump right into that man that's got his arm full of plants?
Oh, excuse me.
That's all right, young man. I wonder whether you boys could give me a hand for just a minute.
Oh, sure. Is there something you'd like to have us do?
There are some more flowers here on the steps of the church that I've got to put in my car. I have to take them to several places, and I'm a little behind schedule.
Sure, we'd be glad to help you put them in the car.
The only thing is, Homer, how about Kathleen?
Gee whiz, Henry, if it's for the church, don't you think we ought to help?
Well, are these the plants right here?
Yes, put them on the floor in the back of the car. I'm going into the church and get some more.
Are they for sick people, mister?
Yes, some of them are for Mrs. Trapp, and some are for a young man over on Elm Street who's had an accident.
On Elm Street? Homer, who do you suppose that could be?
Probably the little Kilmer kid. He's always falling down or something.
That's true. And boy, my mother will probably make me go over and visit him.
Henry Aldrich!
Don't bother me, Mary. Can't you see I'm busy?
But you shouldn't be carrying those. You ought to be home receiving them.
Receiving them? What do you mean by a statement like that?
I don't know what it was Father told Mr. Carson, but you're supposed to be in a terrible condition, Henry, and this is no way to show your appreciation.
For what? For what? I don't want any flowers, Mary. Kathleen's waiting for me.
That doesn't make any difference. Mother's terribly upset, and you've got to come home and be sick.
Come on, Henry. Don't you think we better go back?
Homer Brown, you put that rubber plant down.
But, Mary, I thought you said it was for Henry.
Hello, Harriet. Can you hear me? This is Alice, Harriet. Your sister, Alice Aldrich. Have you seen anything of Henry and Homer over your way? Well, my goodness, I sent Mary out to find Henry nearly 45 minutes ago, and we're expecting flowers to be delivered for him any minute, and what am I going to do? Harriet, I've got to hang up. Somebody's at the door. And the whole house simply reeks of cleaning fluid. I say cleaning fluid. Maybe that's the flowers at the front door right now. The flowers, Harriet. And Sam doesn't care a bit. He's upstairs taking his Sunday nap. His Sunday nap. Goodbye. How do you do?
Hello there, Mrs. Aldrich.
Oh, Mr. Carson. Oh, Mr. Carson, it's you. Well, isn't this a surprise? Won't you come in?
I'm sorry I was held up with a little matter, Mrs. Aldrich. I intended to get over here sooner, but, well, as you can see, I've come to see the patient.
Oh, yes. Yes. Well, let's go into at least the living room.
All right. I'm just a little embarrassed, Mrs. Aldrich.
Embarrassed?
I'll be frank with you. I used a little cleaning fluid for something before I started over here, and I didn't realize I was really pouring it on. I guess you'll think I've smelled up your whole house.
Oh, no. That's us.
Now, don't try to be polite, Mrs. Aldrich. That isn't you, that's me. But this is hardly the time for laughter, is it?
No, I suppose not. I'm so glad to see you. Mr. Aldrich is upstairs lying down.
Oh, it's Mr. Aldrich? It's Mr. Aldrich that's sick?
Why...
How could I have made a mistake like that? I thought it was Henry.
Mr. Carson, do you mind my asking just what it was Mr. Aldrich told you when he phoned this morning?
Well, the fact is, now that I think of it, he did seem to be just a bit confused. All I gathered was there'd been quite an accident and the whole family was pretty much upset, but I never dreamed... Imagine.
Well, what is it you're laughing at?
You must forgive me, but I prayed for Henry.
Well, that's very nice of you.
However, I suppose the Lord will get it all straightened out.
Alice!
Yes, Sam, are you up?
Who's making all that noise down there?
Mrs. Aldrich, I don't think you better let him come down, even if I am here.
I'm not going to. Will you excuse me just a minute while I see if he's all right?
Of course. And you tell him I'll come up there and see him.
That's fine.
Alice, didn't you hear me?
Sam, keep quiet.
Keep quiet? I'm not making the noise.
Sam, don't come any farther down the steps. You've got to go back and get into bed.
What for? I've had my nap.
But dear Mr. Carson has come to tell you how sorry he is you've had that accident.
What accident?
How do I know? Just go back into your room and get into bed.
Alice, do you feel all right?
This isn't my fault. You're the one that cooked up that story. Now go on up there and get into your pajamas and get under the covers.
But, Alice...
Sam, do you realize he even prayed for us? Now go on. Oh, Mr. Carson.
Yes, Mrs. Aldrich?
I'm sorry to have kept you waiting, but...
How's the patient?
Why, he's fine. He seems a little restless. He wants to get up and around.
Well, Mrs. Aldrich, before I go up there, I went over to sit down on your sofa, and I moved that cushion and didn't look where I was sitting, and apparently somebody left a chocolate drop under there.
Oh, dear. Have you sat on it?
That's all right, Mrs. Aldrich. This is an old suit, anyhow.
Mr. Carson, I can't begin to tell you how embarrassed I am.
Oh, there's nothing to be embarrassed about. I happen to know that ordinary cleaning fluid will remove this sort of thing without any trouble whatever.
Yes, I found that out, too. Would you excuse me while I go out to the kitchen and see whether there's any left?
Mother!
Yes, Mary, is that you?
Yes, Mother.
Dear, I didn't know you were home.
Oh, yes, I've been upstairs with the...
Well, my goodness, I thought you were out looking for... Mr. Carson, I'll get you cleaned up in just a minute.
Splendid.
Oh, hello, Mr. Carson.
Hello, Mary. Say, while your mother's getting the cleaning fluid, couldn't I go upstairs and see the patient?
The patient?
Yes, let's go up and see how he is. Tell me, Mary, how was he when you saw him last?
Oh, why, he was fine, but we've had quite a little trouble persuading him to get in bed.
Yes?
Yes, he had an engagement for Sunday dinner, and my goodness, he just insisted that he was going to go no matter what.
Yes? Well, I'll give him a good talking to and tell him to take care of himself. You know, we've been thinking for a long time of putting him on the board, and I don't know but what this would be a good time to bring it up.
On the board? Isn't he a little young for that?
Young? Not a bit. We need someone with his experience.
Oh, well, here's his door right here. I'll let you go in first, Mr. Carson.
All right. Well, old man, how are you?
Oh, gee whiz.
Homer, what are you doing in Henry's bed?
Mary, when Henry left, he said it was just going to be flowers, and then I could get up.
to Henry Aldrich in just a moment. But now here's...
Hi, you fellas. This is your V-mail gal Jill saying V-mail for some of you, V-mail for some more of you, and for the rest of you who are getting too few to mention, well, good night. If you don't use fast V-mail, how do you expect us to get your letters answered on the double? And another thing, V-mail letters don't require an envelope, and you can make the note as short as a GI haircut.
And now let's listen in on the Aldriches for a moment, exactly 1 week later.
Mary, I want you to run upstairs right this minute and get me a clean handkerchief.
Yes, Mother, I'll get it right away for you.
And Henry, why don't you have both your shoes on?
Well, that's what I was just going to tell you, Mother. I can only find this one.
Mother, I don't think you have any clean handkerchiefs.
What, Mary?
Come on, Alice. Is everyone ready to start?
Now, Sam, where are you going with that suitcase?
The suitcase to church, and in it there's a complete change of ties, shoes, socks, and handkerchiefs for everyone in the family. Come on.
Family is written by Clifford Goldsmith with music by Jack Miller. Mr. and Mrs. Aldrich are House Jameson and Catherine Roth.
This is the Armed Forces Radio Service.
Program with Fibber, McGee, and Molly. The makers of Johnson Wax products for home and industry present Fibber, McGee, and Molly, written by Don Quinn and Phil Leslie, with music by the Kingsmen and Billy Mills Orchestra. If one of your friends said to you, "I keep house with wax," would you know what she meant? Well, if you went over her home room by room, I think you would. Because in every one of those rooms, from the front door through the kitchen, you'd find wax protection, wax-polished beauty. Floors that grow lovelier with every application of Johnson's wax. Tabletops, sideboard, chair arms that gleam with wax protection that is so easy to keep clean and sparkling. Windowsills that are not afraid of a sudden shower. Venetian blinds, picture frames, leather articles that wear a coat of Johnson's wax proudly. Yes, you'd find in every room evidence of regular applications of Johnson's wax to all kinds of surfaces, protecting them, preserving them, adding beauty and length of life, and saving hours of housework. That's what we mean by protective housekeeping with Johnson's wax. And believe me, it pays big dividends. Kramer's Drugstore in Wistful Vista is noted for two things. Its wonderful chocolate fudge and the fact that it usually hasn't got any. But today the sale is on. And here, just home with a big bag full of the confection, we find Molly of Fibber, McGee, and Molly.
McGee, you know what I got at Kramer's Drugstore?
Don't tell me you bought some of that quick-drying fountain pen ink at Kramer's. That stuff is terrible.
Why is it?
I had some of that on my last trip to Peoria.
You did, huh?
You know how you always shake your pen at a hotel wall to see if the ink is flowing right?
Yeah.
Well, that stuff dries before it hits the wall. Rattles against the wallpaper like you were throwing buckshot.
Well, that's too bad. But that isn't what I started to tell you. Kramer's were having a special
That
sale.
outfit's always having a special sale. They think a 1-cent sale means giving you 4 pennies for a nickel.
Yeah, but this was a...
Kramer's idea of a bargain is giving you 2 of something you don't want with something you gotta have for half again what you'd have to pay if you went someplace you'd rather go to if it wasn't raining.
Now, look, dearie, will you stop interrupting me a minute?
Huh?
Telling you something is like trying to lie on your back and play badminton with hailstones.
I'm sorry, Molly. I didn't mean to interrupt. Go ahead and talk.
Thank you. I was just going to say that I bought...
I hate it. It's the guy that won't let the other guy talk.
I know that. That's why I was...
Form of egotism, that's what it is. Thinks what he has to say is so much more important than what the other guy is saying. He just can't keep his big fat mouth shut.
Exactly. Now then, when I was down at Kramer's Drugstore... For goodness sakes, McGee, will you please let me talk?
Why, that wasn't me, Mommy. That was the doorbell.
What? Oh, pardon me. Come in.
Mrs. McGee?
Yes?
I'm your new neighbor next door. If we should go away for a few days, would you take care of our boxer?
Oh, you betcha, sis. I'm very fond of dogs.
Oh, this isn't a dog.
Huh?
It's our cousin, Punchy McClatchy. Thank you very much.
My goodness, did you ever hear of Punchy McClatchy, McGee?
Sure. 6 feet of fighting scar tissue who couldn't batter his way out of a hairnet. Known in prize fight circles as the Waltz King. Gone into more dives than an MP in Paris. And made a will leaving his jaw to the Libby Owens Glass Company. But tell me, kiddo, what were you saying about Kramer's? You got me interested.
Well, this morning I had a terrific desire for some good chocolate fudge, so...
Fudge? Well, why didn't you say so? Don't give it another thought, Snooky. I'll whip you up a batch of fudge, the old-fashioned kind.
Oh, please, McGee, you don't have to make me any fudge because
Your wish is my command, madame. You says you were hungry for fudge, so you get fudge. Now then, what do I need to make fudge? Cocoa, eggs. Eggs? No, don't need eggs. Hand me the phone. I got to call the grocery.
Here, but now listen.
Thanks. Hello, operator. Give me Jimmy Sales Grocery and Meat. Mark my words, it's her.
Who?
Mert. How's every little thing, Mert? Yes. What's say, Mert? Your married sister. In an interesting condition, eh?
Ah, isn't that nice?
No. She was studying ballet and got her foot caught behind her neck. What say, Mert? Yeah, the grocery store. Thanks. Hello, Sales Grocery? Fibber McGee speaking. I just called to order some eggs, but I happen to think you don't need eggs to make fudge, so forget the whole thing. Well, here we go, laughing and scratching. Come on out in the kitchen, baby.
McGee, for the last
But it probably won't be the last time, Tootsie. When you fling a fang into this fudge I'm going to make, you'll realize why the chief of the Waldorf is a man.
That's pronounced chef, dearie.
It is? Well, when I was in the Army, I cooked a mess of baked beans for the commander-in-chief.
That's chief.
I cooked a mess of beans for the commander-in-chief that were so wonderful, he wanted to know the name of the chief that cooked them.
Chef.
The chef that cooked them. So I tells the commander-in-chief, I said...
Chief.
Where's the saucepans? Here we are.
Those are frying pans, McGee.
So what? Didn't you ever eat any fried fudge? Frying brings out all the delicate... Hey. What are we keeping this thing for?
That's a colander.
Well, it's full of holes. I only want the best equipment in any kitchen of mine. Throw that thing out the window.
Certainly.
Thanks. Now Now then, a double boiler.
Why a double boiler?
I always boil my fudge twice. Now, let me see. Salt, pepper.
Billy Mills of the orchestra, and it's got to be this or that.
Boy, is this fudge going to be good. Look at that rich brown color.
Yep, like the back of an old boxing glove.
Boy, get a load of that smooth, creamy consistency. This stuff is going to turn out to be pure velvet.
Yes, one bite and you have a long nap.
If it turns out as good as I expect, I might put it on the market. Fibber's Fine Fudge.
Oh, my.
I can just see the billboards. Feeling foul, folks? Why fret, fume, or fuss? Feed your face with a fistful of Fibber's Fine Fudge.
If feeling low with work and drudgery, drop in on Fibber's Fancy Fudgery.
That's great, Molly, great. I'll make the name of Fibber McGee anonymous with fine candy every place.
You mean synonymous, dearie. It starts with a sin, and if you think I'm whistling Dixie, you're tone deaf.
I'll have my fudge in every drugstore in the United States. By George, I'll... Come in.
Oh, it's dear Latrivia. Out here in the kitchen, Your Honor.
Oh, hello, Molly. Hello, McGee.
Hi, Latrivia. Have a chair and watch a master confectioner confect a confection.
What witch's brew are you concocting there, McGee? If you're working on synthetic rubber, don't go any further. A set of tires that smelled like that would set the automotive industry back 75 years.
He's making fudge, Your Honor.
Oh, fudge.
What was that last crack, Latrivia?
I merely said, oh, fudge, indicating that I had, with my usual perspicacity, grasped the situation.
Oh.
May I make a suggestion?
Certainly, Mr. Mayor.
Well, every time I drop in for a friendly chat, we seem to conclude with some unseemly conversational brawl. Now, let us, for once, not get into an argument.
Oh, it's okay with me, Latriv. I'm a peaceful citizen. I can get along with anybody.
Well, now, isn't that nice?
Yeah.
Ah, splendid. People who go around with chips on their shoulders...
Just leave my father out of this, Latrivia, that's all.
Your father? What did I say about your...
His father was a carpenter, Mr. Mayor.
And just because an honest cabinet maker has a few chips on his shoulder doesn't give you...
Oh, I was speaking in a rhetorical sense, McGee. I certainly did not mean actual chips.
You mean my father used phony chips? Now, just a darn minute, Latrivia. There's no more honest people in the world than carpenters. And
I didn't say a word about carpenters. You brought that up.
No, he brought McGee up.
I mean, an honest chipper, chopping honester. But when a man has a chip on his father...
Stop shouting at my wife, Latrivia.
I was not shouting.
I was not shouting at your wife.
Well, who were you shouting at, Mr. Mayor?
At your husband.
Speak up, Latrivia. Speak up. If you got anything to say, out with it. Quit mumbling.
I was only trying to... When I attempted... I was hoping that for once we... McGee, don't you like me?
Why, of course he likes you, Mr. Mayor.
You're a fine chap, Latrivia. Inclined to fly off the handle now and then, like a cheap hatchet. But a fine chap for all of that.
Thank you. Then, before I leave, may I tell you something I have never said to anyone else?
Why, of course, Your Honor.
What is it, old man?
Simply this, McGee. You have dripped that horrible mess of fudge all over the front of your shirt and pants. And on you, it looks good.
Do you suppose he doesn't like carpenters?
Just a frustration, I'd say. Probably wanted to be a carpenter himself and couldn't.
Yeah.
Because he always puts the wrong construction on everything.
Yeah, that may be.
Yeah.
Oh, McGee, you've spilt that stuff all over the floor.
Ah, so what? I got plenty left. I made a double recipe,
Hey,
so...
everybody home?
Out here in the kitchen, Mr. Wilcox.
Oh, hi, Junior.
Hello, pal. Hello, Molly.
Hello, Mr. Wilcox. Do you like fudge?
Is that what he's making there?
Yes.
No.
Am I to misconstrue that as a reflection on my cooking, Junior?
If the shoe fits, pal, you can walk for miles without finding an argument. Gee, I wish you had a copy of my cookbook.
Your cookbook?
I never knew you were interested in cooking, Mr. Wilcox. Family recipes, aren't they?
No, I just stole them here and there. You know the old saying, if you steal from one author, it's plagiarism. But if you steal from everybody, it's research. Well, mine's research.
Now, looky here, Junior, looky here. I know you, and I know you ain't doing this strictly for the benefit of frazzled females. You got a gimmick in there someplace.
Well, there is one little device I thought was interesting.
Stand by, Racine.
Here it comes.
Well, you see, every time I mention eggs or gravy or soup or anything that's liable to be spilled, I add a footnote. It says, remember, spilled things are easily wiped up if your kitchen linoleum is protected by Johnson's self-polishing glow coat.
Why, that's a very unobjectionable reminder, I'd say.
Yeah, that's the vicious part of this guy's approach, Molly. He sneaks up on you like Aunt Tessie's elderberry wine.
And in the chapter on preparations, of course, I tell how to keep the kitchen always ready for use, how to pour out a little Johnson's glow coat, spread it around, and let it dry with no rubbing or buffing necessary, and how it beautifies the linoleum and makes it last 6 to 10 times longer. And then, hey, what time is it?
6 to 10.
Oh, gee, I got to go. I'll see you later, folks.
Hey, don't you want to wait and have some fudge?
No, thanks.
I always thought you had quite a sweet tooth, Mr. Wilcox.
Well, I have, but my sweet tooth takes advice from my wisdom tooth. So long now.
Imagine Mr. Wilcox an author.
Ah, pata. All it takes to be an author these days is an idle summer and a publisher with too big an income tax.
Well, passing up that fertile subject for the time being, dearie. Move aside while I wipe up that spilt fudge.
Okay, I gotta beat this panful a little more anyway. You know, this baking soda don't mix in very good.
Baking soda? Did you put baking soda in that fudge?
Why, certainly. It makes it light and fluffy. It's the vinegar that gives it that sharp, tangy smell.
Vinegar? Oh, now, McGee, after all, you don't put everything into making fudge.
I didn't put everything into it. Look at all the stuff on the shelf there I didn't use. Celery salt, onion flakes, horseradish. Hey, horseradish with a dash of horseradish.
No. Don't stir it so hard, dear. You keep spilling it.
Okay. I'll beat it out on the back porch and whip it. I'll be back in a minute. Oh, I bought a little goat, and his name was Jack, but he got so homesick I had to give him back.
Oh, hi, mister.
Oh, hi, Teeny. Now, don't get too close to me now. I might splash some of this on you. And it's hot stuff in more ways than one.
Gee, what you making, mister? What you making? Watch out.
Fudge, sis. And if you keep quiet like a good kid, I'll let you help me lick the pan.
Oh, boy. gee. Thanks, mister. I love fudge.
You do, eh?
Hmm?
I says you do, eh?
Do what?
Love fudge.
I know it.
Take a gander at that, sis. Beautiful, eh? Bet you never saw any fudge that color before.
I bet you I never saw anything that color before.
Well, making good fudge is a fine art, sis.
Mm-hmm.
I ever tell you why they call it fudge?
Oh, no.
Well, sir, hundreds of years ago, even before one man's family was on the air, there was a family of little elves lived in a great big forest.
Mm-hmm.
You know what an elf is, sis?
Sure I do, I bet you. My daddy is an elf. He goes down to the Elf's Club every day.
No, I didn't say elk. I said elf. Brownies, gnomes, leprechauns, pixies. Elves. I mean elves.
Okay.
Well, sir, one day the chief of the elves, a little fellow named Eggduff, was out for a beetleback ride, and he fell off his beetle and got lost.
Oh.
And he wandered around getting hungrier and hungrier till he come to a place where some human beings had been having a picnic.
Oh, how did he know human beings had been there, mister? How did he?
Well, because the grass was all torn up and the trees had initials carved all over them, and there was tin cans laying all around, and dirty newspapers and broken glass and all stuff like that there.
Oh?
Nobody makes a mess like that except human beings. Well, sir, little Eggduff climbs around looking for something to eat, and he finds a little crumb of brown candy, and he eats it. It's delicious. And he eats some more.
Mm-hmm.
And he gets so much strength and energy, he walks right straight home again without any trouble.
Oh, gee, goody.
Uh-huh. And he tells all the other little elves all about the wonderful stuff he'd found, and they all wanted some. So, being a bright little elf, little Eggduff got a bee, got him to bring him some honey, and he milked a few milkweed plants to get some milk, and made a batch of the finest fudge you ever saw.
Oh. Where'd they get the chocolate, mister?
Well, they got off of the Beatles' cocoa. They got it all right. Anyway, all the little elves were so happy about it and so grateful to Eggduff and got to like fudge so much. You know what they did?
Sure.
Huh?
They call it fudge on account of that's Eggduff spelled backwards.
What?
Well, I gotta go now. So long, mister.
One of all the little point killers I ever heard. I still think that's good.
The King's Men singing Tampico.
Hi, Tampico, Tampico, on the Gulf of Mexico. Tampico, Tampico, that's the place to go. Tampico, Tampico, where banana boats all go. Tampico, Tampico, down in Mexico. The senoritas, they wave when you arrive at the docks. The native costumes they wear are slacks and bobby socks. Hi, Tampico, Tampico, where the balmy breezes blow. Tampico, Tampico, down in Mexico. To Mexico, you go to buy some pottery there. To beat the luxury tax, you find that when you get home, they sell it cheaper at Saks. Hi, Tampico, Tampico, where the weary tourists go. Tampico, Tampico, down in Mexico. You think you'll learn to do the samba and the rumba, so you engage a senorita in a hurry. You find she's got a Brooklyn telephone number, and learn to dance by mail from Arthur Murray. Oh, Tampico, Tampico, where's the great big pool they throw? Tampico, Tampico, down in Mexico. As the sunset fades to a purple glow, we bid farewell to Tampico. We'll steal away and leave her stay there on the Gulf of Mexico.
Snuggle up to people and kick them in the teeth. Oh,
Heavenly days, McGee. Haven't you finished making that fudge yet?
Oh, not quite. I had to boil it over again.
Why?
I couldn't taste the mint sauce.
Mint sauce? McGee, this is going to be the most horrible...
Now. Take it easy, Mommy. Take it easy. Hand me the vanilla, will you, please?
Certainly, sir. Here you are.
Thank you.
Oh,
Yeah. That ought to do it.
it really should. I haven't smelled so much vanilla since I walked past the stag line at our high school graduation dance. McGee, for goodness sakes, you get...
Come in.
Who is it?
Dr. Gamble, Molly, where are you? Oh, we're out in the kitchen, Doc. Come on out.
Well, this is a happy little domestic scene. You look cute in that apron, McGee. The only difference between you and Ann Sheridan is that you look like Bull Montana.
He's making a batch of fudge, Doctor.
Oh? Geez, smells swell. Let me start a while, McGee.
Okay, kid, come on. You stir 5 minutes, and I'll stir 5 minutes.
Oh, for goodness. Here, Doctor, here's an apron for you, too. The Tomaine sisters at work.
You interested in cooking, Doc?
Love it. Did you ever eat any of my guinea hen Maryland with sauce Gamble?
No. Never been in Maryland, Doc.
Oh.
I got a great little recipe for barbecued meatballs with wild rice. You see, you get yourself a pig.
Yeah, but wait till you try my spinach ring and my salami cacciatore. Brother, you haven't lived till you've tasted that. Now, look, first you take some dry sherry.
Oh, no. I never use dry sherry, Doc.
No?
Always wet sherry. The dry sherry...
Now, look, boys, am I in the way here? I can just as well go out on the porch and smoke a cigar.
No. Stick around, Molly. We'll just... Say, isn't this fudge about done, McGee? Look, it's getting hard.
Oh, drop a drop of it into this glass of cold water, Doc. If it forms a little bead, it's ready to cool.
Okay.
Very interesting. Sank like a mother's heart at Willie's first haircut.
It's done, Doc. It's done. Here, I'll put it out in this pan.
Boy, that really looks marvelous, McGee. That's the only green and purple fudge I ever saw.
Much obliged for helping me, Doc. You can have the first taste of it when it gets cool.
Oh, no. It's your recipe. You're entitled to the first bite.
Oh, no. You're the guest. You first.
Oh, well, let's compromise. We'll let Molly have the first taste.
No, you don't. No.
Why, Molly, I made this just for you. Gee whiz, after all the trouble I went to because you were hungry for some good homemade fudge, my gosh.
All right. Now get out of my kitchen, both of you. I'll let you know when it's cool. I've got to clean up in here. I haven't seen so many dirty pans since the Elks put on their last minstrel show.
Well, okay, Molly. Say, come on, McGee. I want to tell you about my venison fricassee.
Yeah, and I want to give you my recipe for pineapple upside-down muffins, Doc.
Oh, yeah.
First, you take a pineapple, then you turn it upside down.
Dear. There goes a good kid. Two good kids, in fact. Too good to be on the receiving end of what I have in mind when I look around this wreck of a kitchen. But now to dump out this murder mixture. And put the fudge I bought at Kramer's on a plate. There we are. And 3 lives saved. All right, boys, the fudge is cool. Come and get it. Come on. The patter of little feet.
Well, didn't take long to cool off, did it?
Why, certainly not. I had sense enough to drop a couple of ice cubes in it the last time I boiled it. Hey, this looks wonderful, Molly. Sure changes color when it gets cool, don't it?
Yes, it does, doesn't it?
Yeah.
That's as fine a looking platter of goodies as I ever surveyed with these astigmatic old orbs. McGee, you're wonderful.
I told you it'd be okay when it got cool. Mm-hmm. Have a piece, Doc.
Thanks. Molly?
Thank you.
My gosh. It's delicious.
Yeah, it's the best fudge I ever ate.
It's simply grand, McGee.
Well, I'm glad you like it, folks. Make you some anytime you like. That's a wonderful recipe I made up, if I do say so myself. And you know the most miraculous thing about it?
No.
What? When it cools off, it's even got nuts in it.
Like your linoleum floors to have a bright gloss, one that's easy to maintain, you'll want to protect them with Johnson's self-polishing Glow Coat. If you're using Glow Coat for the first time, you'll be pleased to see how easily and evenly it spreads, how smoothly it dries without any streaking. 20 minutes after you've applied Glow Coat, it'll be ready to walk on and shining beautifully. You know, of course, that Glow Coat is self-polishing. It shines as it dries without any rubbing or polishing. It keeps the colors and pattern of your linoleum, rubber, or composition tile floors bright as new, and it adds greatly to their life. So, for 3 good reasons, beauty, easier work, and economy, you'll like Johnson's self-polishing Glow Coat. It's used in many more homes than any other floor polish, and with greater satisfaction.
Is that fudge all gone?
Well, I'm just finishing the last piece, dearie.
Okay. By the way, you started to tell me about something you got at Kramer's drugstore. What was that?
Well, now let me think. I had it on the tip of my tongue just a minute ago.
Never mind. Good night.
Good night, all.
This is Harlow Wilcox speaking for the makers of Johnson's Wax Products for Home and Industry, inviting you to be with us again next Tuesday night. Good night.